Chapter 2005. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his white hair fluttered in the wind. He let out a sigh and stepped forward. For the first time, he felt like he wasn't suitable for the ancient clan. The imperial power of the ancient clan can be seen a lot from today's small matter. Aside from taking the map, Wang Lin had another reason to stay here. He wanted to see how powerful the imperial power of the ancient clan was. Now he saw it. A mere prince, not even the emperor of Shiji, could make an entire city kneel. He had merely not knelt, and this had shocked everyone. The golden armored man was very polite before, but in the blink of an eye, he was filled with killing intent and anger. It was as if him not kneeling was a disgrace. And this prince had said he would take his life just because he didn't kneel. From the prince's expression, it was as if killing a member of the ancient clan was as easy as breathing. This kind of behavior would only appear when the imperial power reached a supreme level. Most importantly, in Wang Lin's eyes, everyone who was kneeling had reverence and fanaticism in their hearts. It was as if even if the prince wanted them to kill themselves, they would do it. Shiji is like this, and I believe the ancient Tao is like this as well. Perhaps I'm really not suitable here. Wang Lin silently walked forward. The moment he took his third step, the giant claw of the ancient demon closed in. Everyone watched as the ancient demon claw overlapped with Wang Lin's figure. It looked like Wang Lin had been caught. When everyone saw this, whether it was the golden armored man, Demon St. Kong Si, the young man in black, everyone kneeling on the ground, and even the leather armored man who had given Wang Lin the jade, they all revealed indifferent expressions. Their indifference seemed to condense into one sentence. Those who don't respect the imperial power will all die. Wang Lin's voice echoed across the world. The ancient demon claw that overlapped with his figure seemed to become transparent, and Wang Lin calmly walked past it. Or it could be said that Wang Lin had become transparent. The ancient demon claw missed and squeezed. Wang Lin had already walked far away toward GMO from the Daoji diplomatic group. The ancient demon missed, and the madness in its red eyes became even stronger. It let out a roar and raised its right hand to grab Wang Lin's back. However, the prince on its head was startled. He stared at Wang Lin and revealed a rare, serious expression. Not only him, but all the people kneeling were also startled. From their view, Wang Lin, who should have died, had strangely walked out. The pupils of the golden-armored, burly man shrank. He was also a 9-star ancient god, but he knew he couldn't do this. Only the body of a demon saint could be so strange. However, a huge wave was set off in Kong Shi's mind. When Wang Lin walked out, he didn't notice any demonic spiritual energy. However, the more it was like this, the more unusual it was. Who is he? The most shocked was the young man in black. As a devil's saint, he had already underestimated Wang Lin. When he saw how calm Wang Lin was, he took a deep breath, but his eyes were filled with battle intent. There were also the 7 people on Jimo's head. They were from the Dao clan and had come here to pick a concubine. They originally wanted to watch the show when Wang Lin didn't kneel. However, when Wang Lin walked out, they couldn't help but become serious, but they didn't care. After all, this was a matter of the Ji clan and had nothing to do with them. However, when they saw Wang Lin walk toward them, they were puzzled. Wang Lin's steps weren't fast, and the ancient demon's claw behind him retracted. The ancient demon reached out once more, causing Wang Lin to frown slightly. As the Ji demon's claw closed in, he turned to look at the ancient demon's eyes. "Are you courting death?" These 3 words didn't cause the world to change colors, but the ancient demon's body trembled. The madness in its eyes suddenly became clear and was replaced by monstrous fear. It was as if Wang Lin's gaze was enough to make it collapse and make it feel death looming over it. The ancient demon's roar suddenly stopped, and it let out a miserable scream. It quickly retreated and knelt down on one knee. Its large body knelt toward Wang Lin. This scene caused everyone in the surroundings to gasp. Their faces were filled with terror and shock. The battle intent in the eyes of the black-robed young man immediately dissipated after seeing this. His body trembled, and cold sweat appeared on his body. The golden-armored man trembled. He remembered how he said he wanted to kill this person. He didn't expect that this person's gaze would cause the great luck demon to be so terrified. The prince and the woman on the ancient demon's head also flew into the air. They were dumbfounded when they saw this scene, especially the prince. He knew how strong this great luck demon was. It could even fight against an Empyrean exalt of the celestial clan. But now this powerful great luck demon was so terrified. All of this showed that the person who refused to kneel was extremely powerful. You. The prince's face turned pale. Wang Lin ignored everyone and withdrew his gaze from the ancient demon. As everyone's gazes gathered on him, he walked toward the ancient devil. The great luck demon's eyes were originally bloodshot and gave off a violent and crazy aura. However, at this moment, he let out a whimper and his body trembled. He knelt on the ground with a look of submission and didn't dare to move. The 7 people on the ancient demon's head were terrified as they watched Wang Lin walk toward them. Aside from the old man, the other 6 immediately retreated, and the power of their G clan erupted from their bodies. Among these 7 people, 4 of them had become saints and reached 9 stars. 2 of them had reached a certain height in clear, fuse, and refine. The strongest was the old man who didn't retreat when Wang Lin closed in. This old man's expression was extremely serious as he let out a roar and 9 stars appeared between his eyebrows. A total of 27 stars. These 27 stars gave off a ghostly light, and 3 giant shadows appeared behind the old man. They were an ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil. These 3 shadows stood there and glared at the approaching Wang Lin. No matter what happens between you and the ancient Shi, it has nothing to do with my ancient Dao clan. The old man complained in his heart. He really didn't understand why Wang Lin was walking toward him. Liang Yun's group of 3 is equal to Arcane Void in the Celestial Clan. Perhaps due to their bloodlines, they're different. As for this old man, he has a god, demon, and devil body and has 27 stars. His cultivation is equal to a void, turbulent cultivator of the Celestial Clan. And in the cave world, my 27 stars are not complete. I only slowly became complete during the hundreds of years I spent in the Celestial Clan. However, with my ancient clan body, the power I can display is far beyond this person's. Perhaps this is because of my bloodline. Yimo's cultivation level is obviously higher than 7-colored's, which is why 7-colored asked Li Guang for help. Li Guang's cultivation level, according to his understanding of the ancestral city, should be Empyrean Exalt. Ascendant Empyrean is unlikely, or else he wouldn't have died. Therefore, it is likely that Yimo's strength is equal to an Empyrean Exalt. His 27 stars have completely fused, and he has passed all the calamities. This means that an ancient clan cultivator at this level is comparable to an Empyrean Exalt. There should be about the same number of ancient clan members as there are in the Celestial Clan, no more than a handful of people. Wang Lin stepped on Jimo's arm and jumped onto the head of the ancient devil. The moment he looked at the old man's expression changed and sweat appeared on his forehead. He couldn't withstand the pressure from Wang Lin's gaze and subconsciously retreated a few steps. If he was like this, there was no need to mention the 6 people behind him. They all retreated with pale faces. You all came from the auspicious Dao Imperial City? Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly spoke. He gave off the aura of a grandmaster. This invisible aura caused the old man's mouth to go dry and his heart to beat faster. He felt like he was facing the auspicious Dao Emperor, but what the auspicious Dao Emperor gave him was the imperial power that had been passed down since ancient times. The person before him was the pressure of his own body. Yes, I was given the name Yi Hai by the auspicious Dao Emperor. In hundreds of years, this is the 6th time I have come to the ancient Shi to choose a concubine for the emperor. The old man took a deep breath and no longer tried to resist the pressure. Instead, he revealed a respectful expression. Hundreds of years to choose a concubine? When Wang Lin heard this again, he was still very surprised. The old man bitterly smiled and nodded. "This is interesting. Have you chosen yet?" Wang Lin casually asked. "This time, with Prince Ji-du's reception, we went to 6 countries and chose 3 women. We're going to take the last woman from Blackstone City before returning to the ancient Dao Imperial City." The old man quickly answered and didn't dare to hide anything. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and waved it at the ancient devil below him. Jimo's body trembled and ripples echoed above his head. 2 extremely beautiful women walked out. Their eyes were filled with fear as they bowed at Wang Lin. The old man respectfully said, "The 2 of them were chosen this time." Wang Lin's gaze swept past the 2 women before he calmly said, "Since you came from the ancient Dao, give me a map to the auspicious Dao Imperial City." The old man was startled. After hesitating a bit, he took out a jade and respectfully handed it to Wang Lin. After taking the jade, Wang Lin looked at it and then got off the ancient devil's head. He was ready to leave. As for the prince, Wang Lin didn't care about him at all. "Senior, please wait," the prince quickly said. In a flash, he appeared before Wang Lin and bowed deeply at Wang Lin. His expression was very sincere. "Junior's name is Jibu. I hope Senior doesn't mind and can give Junior a chance to make up for it." "Oh, how will you make it up to me?" Wang Lin revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. When the prince saw Wang Lin speak, he became spirited and quickly clasped his hands. After Wang Lin nodded, the prince immediately sent out a message to the golden-armored man below. "I asked Senior to wait a moment. Once Junior sends off the ancient Dao ambassadors, I will definitely make Senior satisfied. Invite Lady Song Ji to leave with the ancient Dao ambassadors." As Liang Yin nodded, it didn't take long for a woman wearing green to walk out of the city. She wasn't extremely beautiful, but she gave off a pure temperament. As she walked out, she raised her head, and it was at this moment that Wang Lin's gaze looked over. The gazes of the 2 of them seemed to meet in the air. It was December, and Jin was very satisfied with the plot in November. However, Jin was confident that everyone would be even more satisfied in December. There was a big climax in December. Every time Jin thought about this plot, he would become excited and he wished he could immediately write it down. He really couldn't help but reveal the name of this plot. It was called Anger at the Crown. Everyone, please don't worry. Jin, slowly write down everything in your mind without any regrets. December arrived. Jin begged for a guaranteed monthly ticket. This might be the last complete month for the Celestial Renegade. Chapter 2006. The autumn wind blew across the Black Earth. This was a season where it was cold but still warm. Outside Black Rock City, in the mountains and forests, there were a few withered leaves flying with the wind. One of the withered leaves spun in the air and landed outside Black Rock City, blocking the gazes of the man and woman. When the leaf scattered, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. This was a very ordinary woman. She had the bloodline of an ancient demon, but there was no demonic energy around her. Instead, she gave off a feeling of purity like a white lotus. Under the woman's right eye, there was a mole. The mole wasn't big, but its existence didn't destroy the woman's purity. Instead, it added a hint of charm to her. When combined, it formed a kind of beauty that wasn't absolutely beautiful, but could still make people's hearts pound. Just like her name, Song Ji, she was as exquisite as a person from a painting. Song Ji greets Prince and the ancient Dao ambassadors. After the woman in green walked out of the city, her face turned red and she bowed at everyone. Surname Song? This woman is the person your highness was talking about. The old man on the ancient devil's head returned to normal. He looked at the woman with a serious expression. That's right, her surname is Song. Prince Ji-du smiled and continued. Speaking of which, she's also a disciple of a branch of the Grand Empyrean Song family. However, there are many people in the Grand Empyrean Song family, so her bloodline is quite distant. However, in Black Rock City, she can be considered a prominent family. The old man on the ancient devil's head pondered a bit and then clasped his hands at Prince Ji-du. Thank you, Prince, for your help. Then I'll take this woman away. If not for Wei Fei, then I'll send this woman back. Good. Song Ji, go with the Daoji ambassadors. Prince Ji Du didn't care at all. He smiled and nodded. Then he looked at Wang Lin with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. The woman in green named Song Ji seemed to let out a sigh, but her personality was very gentle, so she couldn't refuse. She could only bite her lower lip and walk toward the ancient devil. Wang Lin was right in front of the woman. When she got close to Wang Lin, she bowed slightly to show her respect. Then she walked past Wang Lin toward GMO. A faint fragrance entered Wang Lin's nose and gradually dissipated as the woman walked away. She stepped onto the head of the ancient devil and stood next to the old man. Her beautiful hair was blown by the wind and covered her face, but could not hide the melancholy and reluctance in her eyes as she looked back at her hometown. I hope I won't be chosen. I'm not that beautiful to begin with, so I shouldn't be chosen. Aunt Chang, Dalmei, wait for me here. The woman lowered her head. Her hair covered her eyes, and there seemed to be tears in them. After the ancient Dao ambassadors received Song Ji, they politely clasped their hands at Prince Ji Du and Wang Lin. The ancient devil suddenly looked up and let out a roar. He jumped into the sky toward the rift that had been torn open. He turned into a cloud of black fog and disappeared. This place was extremely far from Daoji Imperial City. Even with the great G-Devil, it would take them several months to return home. After the ancient Dao ambassadors left, the golden-armored man and company respectfully retreated with a wave of the prince's hand. A moment later, the entire city was empty except for Wang Lin, the trembling ancient devil, and Prince Ji Du and the woman behind him. I still don't know Senior's name. Can you tell Ji Du? Prince Ji Du smiled and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at the prince and slowly said, Wang Lin, so it's Senior Wang. Senior, this is not the place to talk. Junior has a palace in the nether country not far away. If Senior doesn't mind, how about we go there and talk? This will give Junior a chance to make up for his recklessness. Prince Ji Du looked very sincere as he clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Looking at Prince Ji Du's previous indifference and now respectful attitude, Wang Lin's eyes lit up an indiscernible amount. Imperial power is fragile before the strong. The reason the imperial power of the ancient clan can suppress Grand Empyreans is because of Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. Once one day Grand Empyrean Gu Dao is gone, the imperial power of the Ji clan will gradually become like that of the Celestial clan. Wang Lin pondered a bit and nodded. Prince Ji Du was overjoyed and respectfully led Wang Lin to the side, allowing Wang Lin to step on the ancient devil's body first. The woman beside Prince Ji Du pouted as if she wanted to speak, but the prince glared at her, and she swallowed her words. The ancient devil was extremely obedient after Wang Lin stepped on its head. Although its eyes were still red, it was no longer crazy and didn't even roar. Instead, it jumped into the sky and disappeared into the rift. As it disappeared, the crack in the sky slowly disappeared as well, causing the sky to return to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. However, a cold and dignified voice rang out in the ears of the golden-armored man, Liang Yun, Kong Shi, and the black-clothed young man when the great ancient demon left. The three of you are not allowed to spread anything about Senior Wang here, and you are not allowed to spread it. This matter is forbidden. If any news of this spreads, the 9 generations of your families will be wiped out. This voice belonged to Prince Ji Du. Among the 12 countries of the ancient Shur, the Dark Country was located. The Dark Country was shrouded in fog all year round, making it look dark. That was how it got its name. Rumor had it that there was a cloud of fog sealed under the Dark Country. This fog was another form of life, and it was captured by the ancient ancestor and sealed in the Wei Country. Inside the fog, there was a horseshoe-shaped mountain ring in the shape of a horse's hoof. There was a palace inside the ring, and it was extremely majestic. The palaces gave off a grand atmosphere. There were many servants and guards living inside, and they guarded this place very tightly. On this day, the fog in the sky above the palace suddenly churned violently. It spread in all directions and revealed the night sky. A giant crack appeared in the night sky, and a great ancient demon that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall crawled out. The moment the ancient devil appeared, it was noticed by the people inside the palace. The servants and guards all knelt on the ground. "Welcome back to the palace, Prince." Orderly voices, respectful postures, and fanatical gazes all showed how noble this Prince Ji-do was in the hearts of the people here. The ancient devil's body flickered and landed on a large square surrounded by palaces. This square was obviously prepared for the ancient devil, so he had enough space to stand on it. The ancient devil landed on the square and knelt down on one knee. His head was on the ground. Wang Lin calmly walked down. Behind him was the prince and the woman with an aggrieved expression. This ancient devil is not bad. After Wang Lin walked down, he turned to look at the obedient ancient devil. Prince Ji-do sighed and said, "It is this ancient devil's honor to be praised by Senior. He was given to me by my imperial father to protect my safety. This kind of ancient devil is very rare. When he was alive, he was an imperial guard of my ancient Shur. Unfortunately, after fusing with 27 stars, he failed to obtain the recognition of the ancient ancestor. He devolved back into a demon body and lost his sanity." Wang Lin nodded. His gaze swept past the ancient devil before turning to look at the surrounding palaces. Prince Ji-do saw his action. After hesitating a bit, he clenched his teeth and said, "If Senior Wang likes this ancient devil, then Junior is willing to give it to Senior. If Senior Wang likes this great luck demon, I am willing to give it to you." Prince Ji-do also looked at Wang Lin with an extremely sincere expression. Wang Lin slowly said, "This is the compensation you mentioned?" Senior misunderstood. "How can a mere ancient devil that can be used as compensation?" "Senior, let's enter the palace to talk." Prince Ji-do smiled and led Wang Lin into the palace. This palace was extremely luxurious, but still gave off a domineering aura. The moment Wang Lin stepped into the palace, Prince Ji-do quickly stepped forward and clasped his hands before Wang Lin. His expression was extremely serious as he bowed. This palace was extremely luxurious, but still gave off a domineering aura. Just as Wang Lin entered the palace, Prince Ji-do quickly walked forward and clasped his hands. His expression was extremely serious as he bowed. "Junior Ancient Shur Prince Ji-do greets, white-haired Ascendant Empyrean." As Prince Ji-do spoke, a cry of alarm came from behind him. It was the woman, and she retreated a few steps with disbelief. She covered her mouth and was completely shocked by the words her brother had said. White-haired Ascendant Empyrean. The three branches of the Ji clan had been constantly inquiring about the movements of the Celestial clan. They were especially concerned about the new powerhouses that had appeared. With Wang Lin's fame in the Celestial clan, the ancient clan naturally attached great importance to him, even more so than the 5 Grand Empyreans of the Celestial clan. After all, the ancient clan knew most of the 5 Grand Empyreans, but they knew very little about the white-haired Ascendant Empyrean, who was known as the number 1 person under Grand Empyreans. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with surprise. Looking at the prince of the Ministry of Ji, his eyes slowly turned cold. Junior is not testing Senior. Senior appeared at Blackrock City, which is close to the vast sea and separated from the Celestial clan. Senior has the power to make an Empyrean exalt comparable to an Empyrean exalt feel fear, and Senior disdains to hide your identity. Moreover, Junior also has a map of the Celestial clan with a new portrait of Senior. However, this map can only be seen by the royal families of the 3 clans, so outsiders won't recognize Senior. Prince Ji-do broke out in cold sweat when he saw Wang Lin's cold gaze. However, he clenched his teeth and continued to bow. He took out the jade and respectfully handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was still indifferent as he took the jade and scanned it. He immediately saw the portraits of the 5 Grand Empyreans and all the Ascendant Empyreans. There were also many Empyrean exalts. However, only the portraits of himself and the 5 Grand Empyreans gave off a golden glow. The other portraits were very ordinary. Chapter 2007. This Prince Ji-do is really cunning. The portrait on this record looks exactly the same as me and can be recognized at a glance. It looks like when he first appeared at Black Rock City and saw my first limit, he already had his suspicions. However, he hit it so well that not even I was able to see through it. Wang Lin held the jade and looked at the respectful Ji-do, who was sweating profusely and had a pale face. Therefore, he intentionally let the great ancient demon attack to verify whether his suspicions were correct. After confirming it, Cha revealed just the right amount of shock. Then, in order to make me feel better, he became even more respectful towards me. However, since this person dared to point out my identity and bow to me, it means he has no hostility. However, why would he think an ascendant Empyrean of the Celestial clan wouldn't kill a prince like him after coming to Gyuj? Unless... Wang Lin's expression was calm as his gaze lingered on Prince Ji Jian for a moment before withdrawing. Wang Lin slowly said, "Daring to act like this before Wang means you already know my identity." When Prince Ji-do heard this, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that his action was the same as turning a circle before death, but he was determined. Now that he had met Wang Lin, he wouldn't give up on this opportunity that could change his fate for the rest of his life. Ancient Tao Grand Empyrean Xian Luo's only disciple is named Wang Lin. Although this matter is a secret in the ancient clan, as a member of the royal family, we still know about it. Back when Grand Empyrean Xian Luo returned from the Celestial clan, he immediately went into closed-door cultivation. My Sure Ji clan began to investigate, and with the help of Grand Empyrean Mu Tian, we guessed most of it. However, even at that time, Father and Grand Empyrean Song Tian weren't sure if the Celestial clan's white-haired Ascendant Empyrean Wang Lin was the same person as Grand Empyrean Xian Luo's disciple. Even Junior only realized after seeing Senior at Black Rock City that Senior was Grand Empyrean Xian Luo's disciple. Ji-do began to sweat even more as he quickly spoke. He could feel a powerful pressure from beside Wang Kai. This pressure was even more severe than when he faced his father, and it was comparable to when he faced Song Yao. When the woman behind him heard this, her face turned pale and her eyes were filled with disbelief. However, to be able to stay with Ji-do and not avoid him, she was obviously someone Ji Jing trusted. Wang Lin's gaze swept by the woman's face. This woman's face was somewhat similar to Ji-do's. "This is Junior's royal sister. We share the same mother," Ji-do quickly explained. Wang Lin calmly said, "You know my identity and that I'm Grand Empyrean Xian Luo's disciple. You also saw me ask for the Earth Concealment Jade to go to the Ancient Tao, so you should know that I need to go there. Then why are you bowing to me?" Senior, the Ancient Tao is not a good place. Even though Senior has Grand Empyrean Xian Luo as his teacher, the Emperor of the Ancient Tao is not tolerant. If Senior goes there, you will definitely suffer. Before Prince Ji-do could finish speaking, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he let out a cold snort. He waved his sleeve and walked out of the palace. "Senior." Prince Ji-do clenched his teeth and knelt down on one knee. As a prince, he had knelt to his father and mother and had never knelt to anyone. However, at this moment, he was kneeling before Wang Lin. If it was in the Celestial clan, this wouldn't be too big of a deal. However, in the ancient land, where the imperial power was above, Prince Ji-do's behavior was enough to shock everyone. His royal sister was completely startled. After hesitating for a bit, she also knelt down. "Senior, Junior is willing to become your adopted son. From now on, you will be my adopted father. If I can become the future emperor of the ancient Sure, then Senior will be the father of the country. I ask Senior to help me. My father has 7 sons, and I'm ranked 5th. If Senior helps me, then I can satisfy all of Senior's requests." Prince Ji-do said loudly. His eyes were filled with hope. Wang Lin stopped and turned to look at Prince Ji-do. His eyes gradually revealed a ghostly light. "As a prince of the ancient Sure, you actually knelt to Wang. Answer me. Who told you to accompany the ancient Tao promotion group to select a concubine? Who told you that if you met Wang, you had to kneel and capture him? Who told you that you would meet Wang at Blackstone City?" Wang Lin didn't believe that there was no karma. If there was, then the prince wouldn't have knelt down like this. There had to be a key person who had told him in advance. Moreover, in the prince's heart, this person was obviously someone who would listen to anything he said. Every single word of this person was trusted without any hesitation. Prince Jidu's face immediately turned pale. Although he was very intelligent, he felt like he was transparent before Wang Lin and was seen through by Wang Lin. It's the imperial teacher. The imperial teacher is my uncle and my mother's younger brother. He came out of closed-door cultivation 10 years ago and sacrificed his life to divine a divination for me. He asked me to accompany the ancient Tao ambassadors again and told me that I would encounter a fate-changing opportunity. If I could grasp this opportunity, my fate would change and my future would be limitless. But if I couldn't grasp it, I wouldn't live for more than 100 years. As for the specifics, he couldn't see it clearly and only had a vague feeling. After he finished speaking, he died. Facing Wang Lin's majestic gaze, Prince Jidu's heart trembled and he didn't dare to hide anything. Wang Lin frowned. He dreaded the title of imperial teacher. These people were good at divination. Wang Lin had experienced how terrifying they were back at the Celestial Clan. However, the imperial teacher of the Ji clan obviously couldn't compare to the Celestial Clan. He couldn't see clearly when it came to divination. With Wang Kai's cultivation, no matter how scheming Prince Jidu was, he could see through him and know that Prince Jidu wasn't lying. If Godfather helps me, then I can succeed. Father is already old, and it is time for him to abdicate. The new emperor will be chosen from the 7 of us. Foster father does not need to make a decision immediately. On this day, if foster father wants to leave the auspicious Tao lineage and has not decided on a direction, please come to me and let me be filial. Prince Jidu hurriedly said, "This child has prepared a gift for Godfather. This is a sign of my filial piety. I hope Godfather will accept it." Prince Jidu raised his right hand and hit his chest. There was a flash of light and an item appeared. This item was a jade box, and he respectfully handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin pondered a bit and accepted the jade box. He scanned it with his divine sense and found a jade and a cylinder as thick as a finger. That jade is an important treasure of my ancient Sure. It was given to me by father when I was born. Only the princes of the ancient Sure can obtain it, and there can only be one in a lifetime. This item is an ancestral jade, and it contains the power of a finger left by the ancient ancestor. This item is very powerful, but its greatest use is comprehension. If one can comprehend the changes of the ancient ancestor's finger, it will have infinite uses. However, none of the princes of the ancient Sure, including the ancient emperor, have been able to comprehend it. This item has become the highest token of the princes, and this child will give it to Godfather. This cylinder contains liquid. Its origins can no longer be investigated, but it is something left behind by the ancient ancestor. It contains an incredibly pure power of wood essence. I know that foster father's fame in the immortals is due to the fact that you must have cultivated the Tao of essence, which is why I prepare this item. I'm only a prince, not the auspicious emperor. However, if I can become the ancient emperor, then Godfather can choose any treasure of my ancient Sure. I will use the power of the entire clan to repay Godfather for helping me." Prince Jidu said in a low voice. His words were firm and decisive. Wang Lin held the jade box and pondered, but he didn't put it away. As Wang Lin pondered, the hall became silent. Prince Jidu was nervous and couldn't hide it. His heart was even more nervous. He had already given enough sincerity. He didn't even hesitate to kneel and acknowledge Wang Lin as his father. He had even given a large gift just to obtain Wang Lin's recognition and help. He believed in his uncle, who had died 10 years ago, and what his uncle had said before he died. Those words had been engraved in his heart for the past 10 years. I can't divine who this person is, but if he is willing to help you, then you can become the ancient Sure Emperor. There is even a chance that you can become the ruler of the 3 clans and become the true ancient emperor. I can't divine wrong. This is the price I paid with my life to divine a trace of the future. If he doesn't help you, then you won't live more than 100 years. The image of his uncle appeared in Ji-Du's mind. His uncle's sorrowful gaze as he gradually closed his eyes and finally let go of his hand. Godfather. Ji-Du knelt down and kowtowed toward Wang Lin. The banging sounds echoed across the hall and broke the silence. His royal sister's face turned pale. She felt how important this matter was to her royal brother. After a long time, Wang Lin's words echoed among the popping sounds. Give me a jade that can help me find you. Ji-Du's body trembled and his face was filled with ecstasy. He immediately took out a jade and excitedly handed it to Wang Lin. If Wang really leaves the ancient Tao one day, then it won't be too late for you to call me Godfather. Wang Lin made a decision in his heart. He couldn't place his future in the ancient Tao. Now he had to take this opportunity to leave a way out. After he finished speaking, Wang Lin put away the jade box and the jade Ji-Du had handed him. After looking at Ji-Du, he turned around and walked out of the palace. With one step, he disappeared into the fog without a trace. After Wang Lin left, Ji-Du was covered in sweat, but he was excited and clenched his fist. Royal sister, with my understanding of the ancient Tao emperor, Godfather must not be comfortable there. A powerful person like him is not someone a mere doji emperor can trap. Godfather will come to help me. Definitely. The woman stood up and softly said, Is it worth it? Prince Ji-Du laughed. Worth it. Godfather values relationships. Otherwise, with his identity, he wouldn't have gone to find Grand Emperor Xianluo. I sincerely respect him and treat him like my own father. He will not harm me. Tomorrow, I'll see Xianluo. I need a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 2008. Among the three ancient clans, the ancient Tao was located in the southwest of the Celestial Clan. The 12 countries of Ji-Dao were comparable to a continent of the Celestial Clan, or even slightly larger. If one didn't have the shrinking earth technique, they would need many years to traverse such a large area. However, in the ancient race, there were special existences like great ancient gods, great ancient demons, and great ancient devils. By relying on their speed of tearing through the sky, they could greatly reduce this time. For example, the ancient Tao ambassadors that had returned from Shiji would only need a few months to return to Ji-Dao Imperial City. The ancient Tao Imperial City was a large city that floated in the sky. From afar, this city in the sky was extremely shocking. It floated in the sky and gave off a powerful pressure. There are also countless small stones floating around Sky City. Those stones were of different sizes, and they slowly rotated in circles around Sky City. 1 month after the ancient Tao ambassadors returned to the ancient Tao Imperial City, Wang Lin crossed the vast land of the ancient Shur with a map and arrived here. He looked at the city in the sky for a very, very long time. Although this city was not as majestic as the celestial ancestral city, it was still very spectacular. In particular, there was a giant statue at the center of the city. This statue was of a man looking at the sky with a look of contempt. Even from far away, Wang Lin could clearly feel it. Wang Lin softly murmured, "Ancient ancestor." Outside the city in the sky, the rotating stones formed a tight restriction. Anyone who entered would need to have an identity jade, or else they wouldn't be able to take half a step into the city. This was the peak of the imperial power of the ancient Tao. This was where the ancient Tao emperor was. To the east of Sky City, the entire area was made up of luxurious palaces. The palace was heavily guarded and covered in restrictions. It was also shrouded in a faint layer of purple gas. Anyone who looked at it would feel a sense of pressure. In particular, in Wang Lin's eyes, the purple gas outside the palace in the eastern part of the city faintly condensed into a blurry figure. This figure was extremely large and seemed to be supporting the sky. It was impossible to see its appearance, but one could see that it was wearing a crown. This person exuded a pure aura of the Ji clan. The city of Fortune Dao clan was not as large as the Celestial clan's ancestral city. and its imperial palace could not compare to the celestial emperor's palace. However, the pressure it gave off far surpassed that of the celestial emperor's palace. Inside and outside the palace, there were countless imperial guards and even the servants walking around the palace. All of them had a high cultivation level. Wang Lin stood there and watched for a long time. He gradually withdrew his gaze and took a step forward. His pace was not fast, but his figure had disappeared, turning into a wisp of smoke that drifted into Sky City. The layers of defenses around Sky City made it very difficult for ordinary people to pass through. Even powerful experts would have to frown and stop in their tracks. According to the established rules of Sky City, they would have to use their identification jade slips to enter the city like everyone else. In the eyes of the Dao Ji clan, there were only 9 people who could ignore the restrictions of the ancient Dao Imperial City. These 9 people were the 9 sons of the immortal astral continent. Only these 9 people could walk into one of the 3 imperial cities of the ancient clan as if they were walking on flat ground. However, there was one more person. The layers of restrictions couldn't stop Wang Lin's smoke-like figure, so Wang Lin calmly appeared on the streets of Dao Ji Imperial City. There was a large number of ancient Dao people living in the Imperial City, making it very lively. Wang Lin stood there and looked at this place. He saw countless men and women, but for some reason, he didn't have the sense of belonging he had when he first came to the ancient clan. Teachers should know I've arrived. Wang Lin didn't need to spread out his divine sense to feel a mountain in the southernmost part of the city. This mountain was surrounded by clouds and gave off the aura of a grand empyrean. He could feel the gentleness of this aura. With a smile, Wang Lin turned around and walked south. The mountain stood in the southern part of the city, and there was a flight of stairs leading down. There was a handrail beside the stairs, making it look like a place for sightseeing. Bursts of green aura spread out. Taking a deep breath here would make one feel refreshed. There were many ancient clan members on the stairs, and they all had pious expressions as they walked up. Their goal was the palace at the top of the mountain. Everyone in the ancient Dao clan knew about this palace. This was the Dao Ji Temple, the place where the only grand empyrean of the Dao Ji clan, Xian Luo, lived. The ancient Dao Temple was open to everyone in the Dao Ji clan. Anyone could come here to seek a breakthrough in their cultivation. However, very few of them could see Grand Empyrean Xian Luo. The ones to guide them were the 9 ancient Dao powerhouses that followed Xian Luo. One of these 9 people would be inside the ancient Dao Temple at any time to open the spirit and choose a body for their clan members. There was a giant incense burner outside the temple. This incense burner was so large that it would take 10 people to wrap their arms around it. It was filled with white sand, and there were 9 giant incense sticks inside. Green smoke rose into the sky. Everyone who came to the incense burner to ask the people inside the ancient Dao Temple for help would kneel before the incense burner. This incense burner was very strange. The more people knelt, the stronger the green smoke. The 9 incense sticks inside seemed to never burn out, and it had been like this for countless years. Wang Lin walked up the stone steps and looked at the mountain. He looked at the billowing green smoke and walked up step by step. When he arrived at the top of the mountain and saw the incense burner, a few ancient Dao members knelt down beside the incense burner and respectfully walked toward the ancient Dao temple. After they finished bowing, the 9 incense sticks inside the incense burner seemed to give off even more green smoke. However, it was very subtle, and it would be difficult to notice unless one paid close attention. Wang Lin looked at the incense burner and silently pondered for a moment before he slowly walked over. He clasped his hands and bowed deeply. He wasn't bowing to the incense burner or the incense, but to his teacher, Xian Luo. Since he had chosen to come to the ancient Dao, since he had chosen to follow his teacher, and since he had chosen to fulfill the oath from back then, Wang Lin wanted to take root in the ancient Dao. He had wandered for thousands of years, far too long. Now he wanted to live a peaceful life here. He wanted to protect the ancient Dao and protect his teacher's reincarnation. It was because of this that Wang Lin bowed toward the incense burner. This bow revealed the decision in his heart. The moment Wang Lin bowed, a thunderous rumble came from the incense burner. The 9 incense sticks began to burn like crazy, and the green smoke became 10 times, 100 times, and even 10,000 times thicker. This drastic change caused the people who were walking toward the ancient Tao temple to stop. They suddenly turned around and were filled with terror. There was also the Dao Ji clan members behind Wang Lin. They all stopped and revealed looks of disbelief. The incense burner rumbled and green smoke rose into the air. More and more smoke filled the sky, and the intensity of the smoke was far greater than before. It was like comparing the bright moon to a firefly. The green smoke was extremely powerful. Everyone on the mountain, the people at the foot of the mountain, the entire southern part of the Sky City, and even other directions could clearly see it. This billowing green smoke was like the mountain was burning, and it rushed into the sky. It formed the shape of a mushroom and spread in all directions. This scene could even be seen clearly by those in the Eastern Imperial Palace. Outside the Dao Ji Temple, all the ancient Dao members that had arrived were startled, and their eyes were filled with shock. It could be said that not only them, but everyone in the Sky City who saw this was the same. And at this moment, Wang Lin's bow was only halfway through. It wasn't over yet. At the same time, in the ancient Dao Palace, a man wearing a royal robe and a crown stood in the tallest pavilion with his hands behind his back. He frowned as he stared at the billowing green smoke in the sky. "Your Majesty, we have found a total of 31 women in this concubine selection. They have all been arranged to undergo soul fusion." There was an old man behind the man in the royal robe. This old man had a respectful expression as he spoke in a low voice. However, before he finished speaking, he was also shocked by the billowing green smoke in the distance and was startled. The man in the royal robe frowned and slowly said, "To be able to make the ancient Dao temple's incense burner give off such green smoke. Investigate, this person is..." However, before he finished speaking, his body trembled and his eyes shined brightly. The old man behind him gasped and subconsciously retreated a few steps. What he saw was even more horrifying than what he had seen before, and fear appeared in his heart. The billowing green smoke in the sky seemed to bend and formed a giant arc. It was as if it could not withstand the power of that bow and began to dissipate. It looked like it was about to collapse. This scene was heaven-shaking. This caused everyone in the ancient Dao imperial city to exclaim. This was beyond their imagination. They had never thought that someone could make the incense burner before the ancient Dao temple bend and collapse. How was this worshipping incense? This was clearly the smoke bowing to that person. Before the ancient Dao temple, Wang Lin's bow didn't continue because he saw that the green smoke that was 10,000 times more dense could not withstand his bow. If he continued, it would definitely collapse. "Wang Lin, no need to bow. Come to the back mountain." At this moment, a familiar voice echoed in Wang Lin's ears. This voice was very gentle and seemed to contain kindness. Wang Lin raised his body, and the green smoke stopped bending. As Wang Lin walked past the incense burner, the monstrous smoke returned to normal. Chapter 2009. In the ancient Dao imperial city, the man in the royal robe clenched his fists. His expression was gloomy as he stared at the dissipating smoke in the distance and silently pondered for a long time. The old man behind him didn't dare to breathe. Although he was also terrified, he suppressed it and didn't dare to show any of it. "I feel the aura of soul blood." The man in the royal robe revealed killing intent. He had 2 speculations in his heart, and these speculations had been a thorn in his heart for hundreds of years. After a long time, the man in the royal robe slowly said, "Quickly fuse the souls of those chosen concubines." "As you command." The old man quickly knelt on the ground. His back was soaked in sweat. Facing the temperamental ancient Dao emperor, he had seen far too many people inexplicably executed. The man in the royal robe waved his sleeve and disappeared without a trace. In the southern part of the Sky City, before the ancient Tao temple. Wang Lin walked toward the ancient Tao temple under the horrified gazes of the surrounding Ji Dao clan members. However, he didn't enter the temple, but disappeared before it. When he reappeared, he was already at the back of the mountain, in a place that looked like a paradise. Beside him was a clear stream. The water flowed along the stones, and there were even some fish swimming around happily. There was a straw hut beside the stream. There was a stone table and a few stone chairs in front of the hut. There was a young man in green sitting on one of the chairs. He looked young, but his body gave off an ancient aura, as if he had experienced countless years of life. He looked at Wang Lin and smiled. There was a tea stove on the stone table with hot water boiling inside. The moment Wang Lin appeared, the water began to boil and steam came out. "Come, teacher will boil this pot of hot water for you. Let's taste this tea together." Wang Lin also smiled and walked up. He poured half a cup for himself and the young man in green. He picked up a cup first and handed it to the young man in green. The man accepted it with a smile and looked kindly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin sat to the side and picked up his own teacup. He brought it to his mouth and took a sip. He closed his eyes and felt the fragrance fill his mouth. After the tea melted into his body, it turned into a wave of heat that spread through his entire body. "What do you think?" the azure-robed man asked with a smile. "The warmth of home." Wang Lin opened his eyes and smiled. When the azure-clothed man heard this, he immediately laughed out loud. He looked very happy. He had waited here for his disciple to return and personally brewed a pot of hot tea. He wanted to tell Wang Lin that this was his home from now on. That was because the tea could warm one's body and make one feel a sense of warmth. The two of them had not seen each other for hundreds of years, but at this moment, there was no estrangement between them, and they were very harmonious. The green-robed man continued to look at Wang Lin, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. When teacher left the Celestial Clan, I felt very helpless. However, when I noticed that you had appeared in the Celestial Clan, I knew that sooner or later, we would meet again. Teacher has been preparing this pot of tea since then. The azure-robed man was Xian Luo. Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Teacher has been paying attention to everything you have done in the Celestial Clan. However, teacher can't go pick you up. Once teacher goes, the Grand Empyreans of the Celestial Clan will notice, but I believe that the only disciple I've accepted will be extraordinary. He will leave the Celestial Clan and come to my ancient Tao." Wang Lin put down the teacup and looked at Xian Luo. "Disciple promised teacher that I would come here and protect the ancient Tao, white-haired ascendant Empyrean, number 1 under Grand Empyreans." "Good." Xian Luo laughed and stood up. "Wang Lin, rest for a few days. In 3 days, teacher will take you to some places. These places will be very beneficial for your cultivation. This is teacher's first gift to you as a disciple." Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin and then disappeared with a smile. "Wang Lin, I'll gift this place to you." Wang Lin got up and bowed at the sky. After a long time, he looked around with a complicated gaze. As he stood there, the complicated gaze in his eyes gradually dissipated. "Forget it, I'll just stay in the ancient Tao." Wang Lin let out a sigh as he sat down on the stone chair and silently drank tea. He was going to stay here for a long time. If there were no accidents, he would protect the ancient Tao until he fulfilled his promise to Xian Luo, even though this place still felt unfamiliar to him. 3 days of time passed in a flash. Wang Lin breathed the fresh air in this peach garden and watched the sun rise and set. 3 days later, he felt Xian Luo's call and walked out of the cottage. With one step, ripples echoed, and Wang Lin disappeared from the peach garden. When he reappeared, he was before the ancient Tao temple. It was the morning of the 4th day, and the entire mountain was shrouded in fog. Xian Luo stood before the ancient Tao temple with 9 people behind him. Among the 9, there were 7 men and 2 women. Their cultivation levels were extraordinary. They had all reached the peak of 27 stars and obtained the title of Ancient Tao. The moment Wang Lin's figure appeared, their gazes all gathered on him. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his gaze swept past the 9 of them. The person with the highest cultivation level was an old man. This person gave Wang Lin the feeling of an ascendant Empyrean from the Celestial clan. As for the other 8, they were comparable to Empyrean exalts. Wang Lin was looking at them, and they were looking at Wang Lin. However, compared to Wang Lin's calmness, the moment the 9 of them saw Wang Lin, their hearts trembled. From their point of view, Wang Lin seemed to have turned into a giant vortex that devoured their gazes. Even the ancient power inside their bodies seemed to be pulled in by Wang Lin. "We greet young master." The 9 of them silently pondered for a moment and then bowed at Wang Lin. "Wang Lin, these 9 people are teacher's subordinates and have followed teacher for many years. From now on, the 9 of them will listen to your orders." Xian Luo smiled as he watched the 9 people bow at Wang Lin. "Many thanks, teacher," Wang Lin calmly said. Xian Luo smiled and was about to continue speaking when he suddenly frowned and looked at the sky. Wang Lin also noticed something and looked at the sky. As for the 9 people, they noticed the change in the sky and all looked up. A moment later, a large amount of ripples appeared in the sky. As the ripples spread out, a purple light flashed and turned into a thick purple gas that filled the sky. As the purple gas spread out, a roar echoed and a giant arm stretched out from the purple gas. A man thousands of feet tall took a step forward. Behind him was another ancient demon that was thousands of feet tall. In just a moment, nearly 100 people walked out from the violet cloud. None of these 100 people were weak. Although not many of them were Empyrean exalts, almost all of them were comparable to golden exalts. This included ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils. After they appeared, they neatly stood in the sky and knelt down on one knee toward the purple gas. "Welcome, ancient emperor." A low roar turned into a sound wave that reverberated in the sky. As the voice echoed, the purple gas churned violently and a person walked out. This person was wearing a royal robe and a crown. He gave off a sense of majesty without being angry, and he had his hands behind his back as he walked over. Behind him were 2 other old men. The 2 old men bent their bodies and followed behind him. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the 2 old men, and his eyes lit up an undetectable amount. These 2 had auras no weaker than ascendant Empyreans. "Welcome, ancient emperor." When the 9 people under Xian Luo's command in front of the auspicious Tao temple saw the violet aura, expressions of respect appeared on their faces. When a man in the imperial robe appeared, that respect turned into fanaticism, and they immediately dropped to one knee. Only Xian Luo and Wang Lin stood there and calmly looked over. "Yi Dao greets Lord Xian." The man in the royal robe smiled. As he smiled, the majesty on his face melted like a spring breeze. Anyone who saw him would feel a sense of familiarity. Wang Lin stood there and looked at the man in the royal robe. From the words of the people kneeling, Wang Lin knew that he was the ancient emperor. Looking at this person, Wang Lin couldn't help but compare him to celestial emperor Lian Daojian. Whether it was his cultivation or temperament, he couldn't compare to the celestial emperor. However, this person had the respect of others. This was clear from the 9 people under Xian Luo. His cultivation level is only at the Empyrean Exalt stage. Wang Lin's expression was neutral. The power of the Dao Ji Emperor could affect everyone in the ancient Dao, but it couldn't affect Wang Lin. Xian Luo's expression was neutral as he slowly said, "Why did you come here?" 3 days ago, Yi Dao noticed the smoke from the incense burner and guessed that a powerful person had appeared in my ancient Dao. So I came here to see. Lord Xian, is this person that powerful person? The ancient Dao Emperor smiled and nodded at Wang Lin. He is my disciple. I presume you have heard of him. He is the Celestial Clan's white-haired ascendant Empyrean, Wang Lin. He will replace the old man and protect my ancient Dao when the old man reincarnates. Xian Luo said calmly and looked profoundly at the ancient Dao Emperor. Wang Lin is the emperor of my ancient Dao. He is also the person you need to protect in the future. If he abdicates, you can choose one of the many princes to become the new emperor. This is the right of a grand Empyrean. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but his heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had heard that the choice of the previous emperor was made by a Grand Empyrean. The ancient clan's imperial power and Grand Empyrean have coexisted for countless years. Perhaps it is because of this. No wonder Prince Ji-Du of the ancient Shur sought my help. My combat power is #1 under the Grand Empyreans. There must be some connection I don't know about for him to be valued by the ancient Shur Grand Empyrean. As Wang Lin pondered, an old man beside the emperor suddenly let out a roar. Although he is the disciple of a Grand Empyrean, he is still a member of my Dao Ji clan. According to the rules of the clan, aside from Grand Empyreans, anyone who sees the ancient Dao Emperor must kneel. You, why aren't you kneeling? The old man's eyes were cold, and his words were gloomy. Second night, there aren't many monthly tickets left. Friends, do you have any more monthly tickets? Chapter 2010. After he spoke, the surroundings became quiet, and everyone's gazes gathered on Wang Lin. In the ancient Dao clan, what the old man had said was true. Aside from the Grand Empyreans, everyone else had to kneel before the ancient Dao Emperor. This was the embodiment of imperial power. If one didn't respect it, they would be disrespecting the imperial power. In the Ji clan, there were few crimes more serious than disrespecting the imperial power. Even Xian Luo couldn't help but be startled by these words. Although he was a Grand Empyrean, he still belonged to the ancient Dao. Before he became a Grand Empyrean, he still had to kneel before the ancient Dao Emperor. The ancient Dao Emperor smiled as he looked at Wang Lin, but he sneered in his heart. He had come today to determine if the person who had caused the change in the smoke was the person he had guessed. If it wasn't, then he would take Wang Lin as his subordinate. However, if it was, then he had to personally see how extraordinary this person was. Why can you become Xian Luo's disciple? But I was rejected by him. Why can I only have 6 drops of blood recognized by the ancient ancestor, but you have 10? In particular, the last drop was soul blood. Xian Luo has sealed this matter, and only my ancient Dao knows about it. Xian Luo didn't hesitate to say that anyone who disobeys will die, regardless of their identity. Grand Empyreans don't have the right to decide my life and death. He said this because he felt that his identity as a disciple would be recognized by Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. However, he is definitely not a direct descendant of the ancient ancestor. I don't believe Grand Empyrean Gu Dao would recognize this person. Emperor Dao Ji still had a gentle smile on his face, but his heart was filled with jealousy that had been buried for hundreds of years. This jealousy had existed since Wang Lin obtained the soul blood. Now that he had personally seen Wang Lin and found out that Wang Lin was the famous sun-haired ascendant Empyrean, the #1 person under Grand Empyreans, this jealousy had been ignited, but he had still suppressed it. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his gaze swept past the ancient Dao Emperor. When his gaze fell on the old man who had yelled at him, his eyes shined brightly. "What did you say?" "Repeat," Wang Lin said slowly. This old man was comparable to an ascendant Empyrean, but even so, his expression changed greatly when Wang Lin's gaze swept by. His face paled, and the ancient power in his body rumbled. He could sense that Wang Lin's gaze was filled with incredible pressure, a pressure that even with the power of the Ji clan, he couldn't withstand. More importantly, under Wang Lin's gaze, the old man felt as if his bloodline was trembling. It was as if there was an unimaginably noble bloodline within him. The power of that bloodline caused the old man's body to tremble. "Enough. Don't tell me you came here to make my disciple kowtow to you. He is recognized by my original body as the future guardian of the ancient Dao." Xian Luo revealed an unhappy expression. The ancient Dao Emperor smiled faintly and turned to look at the old man behind him. His eyes revealed a cold gaze. "Back down. Lord Xian's disciple is someone of the same generation as me. How can I allow you to interrupt?" The old man immediately lowered his head, and his body was covered in sweat. It was unknown if it was because of the emperor's scolding or because of the fear from Wang Lin's gaze. "Wang Lin, right? Your name is like thunder in my ears. In particular, The name of the celestial clan's white-haired ascendant Empyrean has shaken the immortal astral continent. When I first heard about it, I felt regret that such a genius had never appeared in my ancient Tao. But now I'm very happy. Such a powerful person, the number one under Grand Empyreans, is a member of my ancient Tao. This is a good matter. The G Emperor smiled and looked very happy. Chang sure. The ancient Tao Emperor smiled, and the old man behind him immediately bowed. This humble one is here. Send a decree to the ancient Tao clan. Wang Lin is the future guardian of the ancient Tao and has the same status as me. Aside from the grand ceremony of the clan, there is no need to kneel. If anyone dares to disrespect or offend, kill them at the Meridian Gate. The old man respectfully nodded. As you command, Wang Lin, I'll reward you with this. With this, you can enter and leave the palace at will and come to see me at any time. I also need you to personally see my sons and choose a future emperor for me. The ancient Tao Emperor smiled and raised his right hand. There was a flash of purple light, and a purple jade appeared. He handed it to Wang Lin and waited for Wang Lin to take it with both hands. Wang Lin silently pondered. Emperor Tao Ji didn't show any impatience. He smiled at Wang Lin and waited. Xian Luo stood on the side and also silently pondered. He knew that if Wang Lin wanted to stay here, he would have to integrate with the ancient Tao and accept the imperial power. In truth, Xian Luo wasn't worried about this at the beginning because Wang Lin's cultivation level was very weak and he had just left the cave world. It would have been easier for him to accept the imperial power of the ancient Tao. However, Wang Lin's power had also exceeded Xian Luo's expectations. Although he had been observing and was very pleased with Wang Lin's change, he felt some regret in his heart. With his cultivation level, Wang Lin would have needed more time to slowly assimilate into the ancient Tao that had accepted the imperial power. This is my promise back then. I can endure this matter. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He naturally saw the meaning behind Emperor Tao Ji's words, but he didn't want to say more. With a sigh, Wang Lin took a few steps forward and accepted the jade from the ancient Tao Emperor. He then clasped his hands at the ancient Tao Emperor. Thank you, Emperor. Wang Lin held the jade, and his expression didn't change at all. He took a few steps back and stood beside Xian Luo. The ancient Tao Emperor smiled and nodded. He looked at Xian Luo and also clasped his hands. Yi Dao will leave first. I'm very happy to see Wang Lin today. Lord Xian's choice is for the future of my ancient Tao, so I must respect him. After seeing Xian Luo nod, the ancient Tao Emperor waved his sleeve and no longer looked at Wang Lin. He turned around and entered the purple gas. Behind him, all the guards bowed at Xian Luo and quickly followed. Soon, the purple gas in the sky dissipated and everything returned to normal. In a palace in the sky, the ancient Tao Emperor appeared and stood in his favorite pavilion. He revealed a smile and slowly began to laugh. So what if you were Xian Luo's disciple? So what if you have 10 drops of ancient ancestor blood? So what if you have 1 drop of soul blood? Wang Lin, before me, you still have to kneel. And not just once, but continuously kneel. You don't dare to hurt me. I have the protection of Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. Once Xian Luo reincarnates, I'll let you know my power. It will be easy for me to kill you. Before the ancient Tao temple, Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression and silently pondered. After the ancient Tao Emperor left, Wang Lin smiled and softly spoke to Xian Luo. Teacher, disciple has waited 3 days for the first gift you promised me. Wang Lin's smile landed in Xian Luo's eyes, and it made Xian Luo feel even more complicated. When you came to the cave world, you were the highest existence in the cave world. In the celestial clan, you were the white-haired ascendant Empyrean, the number 1 person under Grand Empyreans. But in the G clan, due to the supremacy of the imperial power, you had to lower your head. Teacher had expected this, but now I feel like you have been wronged. Xian Luo looked at his only disciple before him. Teacher, there is no need to think too much about it. Since disciple has chosen to come here, disciple can ignore some superficial things. Since the imperial power of the ancient clan is supreme, If the ancient Tao Emperor wants to pressure me to kneel, then as long as he can withstand the pressure, then disciple will kneel. In the cave world, disciple promised teacher that I would protect the ancient Tao. This matter, disciple will continue. Wang Lin smiled and calmly said. Xian Luo silently pondered. After a long time, he seemed to have made a decision. You are teacher's only disciple. If you feel like this place is not suitable for you, then there is no need to consider the promise from back then. You can leave at any time. No matter what you choose, no matter where you are, I, Xian Luo, will always be your teacher. Xian Luo's words were sincere, and when they landed on Wang Lin, they turned into warmth. This warmth was like the hot tea from 3 days ago, and it made Wang Lin feel warmth once more. He nodded. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Teacher will take you to a few places that will be of great help to your essence cultivation. Xian Luo smiled and waved his sleeves. He took Wang Lin into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Ancient Tao, Pingtian country. This country was a plain with no mountains. The plain was covered in grass, and when the wind blew, there would be a continuous rustling sound that was very pleasant to the ear. In the northern part of the plain, there was a deep pool that gave off a rotten aura. It was very discordant with the surrounding grassland, as if it shouldn't exist here. This place was discovered by the previous generation, Grand Empyrean of the ancient Tao, and he placed a restriction to preserve it. After he passed it down to Teacher, Teacher planned to use it to refine a faith treasure, but after taking you in as a disciple, I found that this place will be of great help to you. So I gave it to you. This pool has existed for a very long time. I once investigated it thoroughly. This place should have been formed from an ancient battlefield. The pool water contains a shocking killing intent. This killing intent is filled with slaughter, causing your slaughter origin to strengthen. There are several other places like this that contain different essences. Teacher will take you to them one by one. Many of them are in the lands of the other 2 clans, but Teacher has made an agreement with the 2 Grand Empyreans hundreds of years ago to allow you to refine and absorb them. Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin and smiled. He didn't tell Wang Lin what price he had paid for the Grand Empyreans of the other 2 clans to agree, but it must not be small. Finally, I'll take you to meet my Ji clan's ancestor, Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. It is because of his existence that the Celestial clan doesn't dare to invade. Grand Empyrean Ji Dao is in closed-door cultivation all year round. Teacher has reported to him about your matter, so I'll take you there. He should be able to meet you. Perhaps this will be a great fortune for you. Xian Luo looked kindly at Wang Lin. During these hundreds of years, he had paved a path for Wang Lin. 3rd update sent, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 2011. The ancient Tao land, the valley hidden in the mountains, the deep pool in the plain, and the giant underground burial ground that had been built in an unknown era. These 3 places of great fortune were prepared by Xian Luo for his disciple, for Wang Lin. Wang Lin and Xian Luo's figures were in the mountains. Outside the deep pool, the figure of the teacher and disciple still existed in the burial ground. The deep pool in the plain contained a powerful slaughter aura. Wang Lin was immersed in cultivation for 3 months. Xian Luo had been guarding Wang Lin outside the pool. At the same time, he looked at his disciple and revealed a kind smile. The walls of the valley were covered in runes, and each rune contained a restriction. Over time, this valley had slowly become a famous restriction valley in the ancient Tao. Ordinary people weren't allowed to enter. Hundreds of years ago, Xian Luo had sealed this place and turned it into a place for his disciple to comprehend the restriction essence. Wang Lin comprehended in this restriction valley for 3 months. There was an extremely mysterious underground burial ground under the ancient Daozong province. However, what was buried here weren't corpses, but abandoned treasures. These treasures could no longer be used and had lost their value. However, in an unknown era, they had been buried here as if they were being held as a memorial. Due to the existence of the treasures, this place was filled with the power of the 5 elements. As time passed, the power of the five elements became even denser and gradually began to give off the aura of the five elements. Wang Lin also cultivated here for 3 months. Reluctantly, he decided not to absorb the five-element essence and left with Xian Luo. In the auspicious Shi land, Wang Lin met the ancient Shi's Grand Empyreans and cultivated in 3 different places in the 12 countries for 5 months. In the ancient Ji land, Wang Lin didn't meet the ancient Ji's Grand Empyreans, but he went to several places in the 12 countries to comprehend for nearly half a year. Time flew by. 1.5 years had passed since Wang Lin and Xian Luo left the ancient Dao Imperial City. During this 1.5 years, Wang Lin wasn't in any danger and didn't need to struggle for life and death. All he needed to do was absorb more essences and use the fastest speed to increase his cultivation level. He didn't need to think too much, as his teacher, Xian Luo, would take care of everything. Wang Lin could feel that Xian Luo truly regarded him as a direct disciple. He wasn't just being perfunctory or scheming against him. The gaze he looked at Wang Lin while he was cultivating was filled with warmth, as if he was at home. Wang Lin hadn't felt this kind of feeling many times in his life, but the rarer it was, the more he cherished it. He cherished this time, cherished Xian Luo's kindness to him as a teacher, and cherished this rare joy in his life. In his heart, he wanted this kind of time to continue. Even when he endured before the ancient Dao temple and faced the pressure of the ancient Dao emperor, Wang Lin didn't even need to think about it. Teacher is so hostile to me. I must protect the ancient Dao. Wang Lin muttered in his heart once more. He valued kindness and relationships. Xian Luo had shown him kindness in the cave world, and the ancient clan had shown him kindness as a teacher. He had seen all of this and remembered it in his heart. He didn't want to disappoint Xian Luo. The 1.5 year outside ended on this day. When the two of them had left their mark in many places across the 3 ancient clans, Xian Luo brought Wang Lin to Mount Gudao. Mount Gudao was the border between the 3 ancient clans and the place where Grand Empyrean Gudao lived. This mountain was also called the Holy Mountain, the Holy Land. All of this was because of Grand Empyrean Jidao. At the foot of Mount Jidao, even Xian Luo revealed a respectful expression. He didn't fly up, but brought Wang Lin up the steps of the foot of the holy mountain like a mortal. These steps led to the sky. From afar, it was covered in clouds, and it was impossible to see the end. However, one could vaguely see a vague outline, and an invisible sense of majesty shrouded the area. At the foot of the mountain, Xian Luo walked in front. He looked back at Wang Lin with a kind gaze and said, "If Grand Empyrean Gudao sees you, remember to be respectful. Grand Empyrean Gudao is a senior, so even if teacher sees him, I have to bow. Teacher, rest assured, disciple understands." Wang Lin's expression was solemn, but his heart felt warm. Along the way, Xian Luo had warned him like this many times. He was like an old man who didn't want his nephew to make any mistakes, even though Xian Luo looked like a young man and wasn't much different from Wang Lin. Grand Empyrean Gudao is a senior from the same generation as the ancient ancestor and is the guardian of my Ji clan. Without him, I fear my Ji clan would have been annexed by the Celestial clan and would no longer exist. Xian Luo looked up at the top of Mount Gudao with respect from the bottom of his heart. When Disciple was in the Celestial clan, I read about Grand Empyrean Jidao in some ancient records. It said that Grand Empyrean Gudao's cultivation level had surpassed that of a Grand Empyrean and was the only person to have killed multiple Grand Empyreans of the same level. Disciple respects such a powerful person a lot, Wang Lin said softly as he walked up the steps. His gaze fell on the top of Mount Gudao. Teacher can't guess Grand Empyrean Gudao's true cultivation level, but before him, teacher felt like a mortal. Xian Luo shook his head and let out a sigh. Aside from Grand Empyreans, Senior Jidao doesn't casually summon members of the ancient clan. Only when the ancient emperor of each generation is chosen will they be summoned here to receive the blessing. Xian Luo silently walked up the steps, but he felt a bit uneasy. I wonder if Grand Empyrean Gudao will meet me when I bring Wang Lin here. Back then, I told Grand Emperor Gu Dao that Wang Lin had obtained 10 drops of ancient ancestor blood, and that the 10th drop was soul blood. I believe Grand Emperor Gu Dao will meet my disciple. Xian Luo silently pondered along the way. The closer he got to the top of the mountain, the more uneasy he felt. If Grand Emperor Gu Dao summons Wang Lin, then everything will go smoothly for Wang Lin to protect the Daoji clan. With Grand Emperor Gu Dao confirming his identity, Wang Lin will immediately become aloof in the Daoji clan. Even if Yi Dao was jealous, he wouldn't dare to say too much before Wang Lin. But if Grand Emperor Gu Dao doesn't summon him, Xian Luo let out a sigh. In truth, he had brought Wang Lin here because he was risking Grand Emperor Ji Dao's displeasure. He had brought Wang Lin here without being summoned. Everything he did was for the ancient Dao. He also did this so that his disciples wouldn't be humiliated and would protect the ancient Dao. On one side was the clan he had protected his entire life, and on the other side was his only disciple that he was very satisfied with. He wanted to do his best to maintain a balance between the two sides. Wang Lin followed behind Xian Luo and looked at Xian Luo's back. Although Xian Luo's back wasn't tall, it gave Wang Lin a rare sense of warmth. This warmth had accompanied him for 1.5 years. I don't have any sense of belonging to the Ji clan. The reason I came here is for teacher Xian Luo. The reason I want to protect the ancient Dao is also for teacher Xian Luo. Wang Lin silently walked. The two of them walked silently, as if they had merged with the silence of Mount Gudao. When they reached the peak of the mountain, Wang Lin saw a tall tower. This tower has 9 floors and is surrounded by 4 giant pillars with chains connected to the top of the tower. There are also many bells hanging from the chains. When Wang Lin and Xian Luo arrived, it was as if a gust of wind had passed by, causing the bells to shake and produce crisp, tinkling sounds. This voice was very pleasing to the ear. When it entered one's mind, it could get rid of all distracting thoughts and make one's thoughts clear. Even the Ji tribe's power in one's body started to quickly circulate. Standing here, Wang Lin's face was slightly pale. He clearly felt that his cultivation was being suppressed. Only his ancient power was not suppressed, but it gave off a sense of vitality. The suppression of his cultivation and essences made Wang Lin feel like he was carrying several mountains on his back. He felt like he couldn't breathe, but he clenched his teeth and stood behind Xian Luo. For people were sitting cross-legged on the 4 huge pillars. These 4 people were all middle-aged. Their bodies were skinny, and they wore gray clothes. Their clothes fluttered in the wind, but their eyes were still closed and had not opened. It was as if even Xian Luo's arrival couldn't make the 4 of them open their eyes. Wang Lin's face was pale, but his gaze swept past the 4 of them. He was slightly surprised. To him, the 4 of them looked like mortals without any trace of the power of the Ji clan. Junior Xian Luo requests an audience with Grand Emperor Ji Dao. Xian Luo clasped his hands and bowed toward the tower. Wang Lin also clasped his hands and bowed. The surroundings were completely silent, and only the crisp sound of the wind blowing the bells echoed. The sound seemed to contain a strange force that suppressed Wang Lin's essence and cultivation even more. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. After a long time, the door to the first floor of the tower silently opened and a person walked out. This person was a bald young man wearing a gray robe. After he walked out, he bowed at Xian Luo. The ancient lord is currently on a mental journey. I asked Grand Emperor Xian Luo to wait for a moment. The young man's expression was calm, and his attitude was respectful. No problem, I'll wait here. Xian Luo didn't mind at all and nodded with a smile. The young man looked at Wang Lin before withdrawing his gaze. He bowed at Xian Luo again and retreated into the tower. The door slowly closed. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days went by. During these 3 days, Xian Luo still stood there with no trace of impatience and respect. Wang Lin stood behind Xian Luo. These 3 days were like 3 years, like 300 years. This was because the sound of the bells was still there. The sound entered Wang Lin's body as if it was going to melt his celestial cultivation and essence. It was as if it was forcing him to scatter his essence and cultivation so that only the power of the G clan remained in his body. The drop of soul blood hidden in his body would fuse with his blood. Chapter 2012. Xian Luo calmly stood there, but there was a struggle in his heart. He understood that Grand Emperor Gu Dao was dissatisfied with him, so he wanted him to wait outside. He also understood that the source of this dissatisfaction was because his disciple, Wang Lin, had celestial cultivation and essence in his body. Grand Emperor Gu Dao was someone who adhered to tradition. He cared about the descendants of the ancient ancestor, the past ancient emperors, and the soul blood of the celestial ancestor. However, he obviously couldn't allow someone with such a soul blood to still have the aura of the celestial clan. Wang Lin's body trembled. During these 3 days of time, the sound of the bell entered his mind and turned into a thunderous rumble. It suppressed his cultivation and essences, and it was going to erase them. Whether it is the power of the ancient clan or the celestial clan, they are both what I, Wang Lin, have cultivated my entire life. This is the power of my cultivation. Once I lose it and only have the power of the ancient clan left, I won't allow it. Wang Lin's eyes were red, but his will was extremely firm. He continued to struggle against the sound of the bell. The celestial power inside his body continued to attack in an attempt to break the sound of the bell. As Wang Lin's body trembled violently, Xian Luo's eyes lit up. He suddenly turned around and raised his right hand to help Wang Lin resist the sound of the bell. After all, Wang Lin was his disciple. However, just as Xian Luo turned around, the door of the tower opened once more and the young man walked out. Grand Emperor Xian Luo, the ancient master has summoned you. Xian Luo paused and silently pondered for a long time. His right hand still pointed to between Wang Lin's eyebrows before he turned around and walked into the tower. The young man looked at Wang Lin meaningfully before retreating into the tower and closing the door. The power of Xian Luo's finger caused Wang Lin's body to rumble violently. A warm aura rushed into his body. It didn't suppress his cultivation, but it resisted the small amount of power contained in the sound of the bell. As a result, Wang Lin's cultivation and essences seemed to ease up a bit. They quickly condensed and began to activate. The power of Xian Luo's finger and the sound of the bells canceled each other out. After some time, the sound gradually faded away. Wang Lin's cultivation base and Shi Yuan's circulated rapidly. At the instant they circulated through his entire body, the bells on the chains on the 4 sides of the tower started ringing again, even though there was no wind. The sound of the bells did not stop, and they surged into Wang Lin's body like waves. Another round of fighting began against Wang Lin's cultivation base and essence. Wang Lin coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body swayed as he retreated several steps from the top of the mountain to the stairs. Scatter your celestial cultivation, erase your essence, forget your past memories, and awaken your bloodline inheritance. From now on, I will grant you the guardian of the ancient Tao and the ability to become a Grand Emperor. A phrase that was filled with the vicissitudes of life echoed in Wang Lin's mind amidst the sound of the bell. Wang Lin suddenly looked up. His eyes were filled with wisps of blood. The cultivation in his body began to circulate, combining with his G clan's power, instantly reaching the peak of his current power. I don't have celestial cultivation in my body. What I have is the power that belongs to me after teaching Wang Lin for more than 3,000 years. Why do you have to make me scatter it? As Wang Lin roared, the sound of the bells inside his body rumbled and collided with Wang Lin's cultivation base. Wang Lin coughed out blood again and continued to retreat. It was as if a pushing force had pushed Wang Lin back hundreds of steps until he was standing on a mountainside of Jidao Mountain. My essence is the precipitation of my life. It carries my life's fate and struggles. Why do you have to make me go? Wang Lin raised his head, and his eyes became even more bloodshot. He let out a roar of his life at the tower on the mountain. As he roared, Wang Lin coughed out a third mouthful of blood. His body trembled, and the bell inside his body bombarded him once more. This time, he retreated to the foot of the mountain. There were only 19 steps behind him. My memories are more important than my cultivation, more important than my essence, more important than my bloodline inheritance, and more important than the grand Empyrean ability you gave me. I live my life for my memories. What right do you have to make me forget them? Wang Lin let out his strongest roar. The power of the bells inside his body rumbled, as if they were exploding inside his body. Wang Lin coughed out a fourth mouthful of blood and retreated 18 steps. On the last step, Wang Lin stomped down with his right foot. Popping sounds came from his body, and he forced himself to stop. He raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was ferocious. However, the power of the bells inside his body had been completely suppressed by him. Without the power of the bells, Wang Lin's power erupted. His hair became half black and half white, and the outline of an Empyrean exalt sun appeared behind him. This grand Empyrean sun was also half black and half white, and it gave off a strange light. This allowed Wang Lin to display his strongest power, the power of a grand Empyrean. The sky above Mount Gudao changed when Wang Lin's grand Empyrean sun appeared. Mount Gudao has 999 steps. If you can walk past 300, I'll forgive your crime of disrespect. The indifferent and ancient voice came from the tower at the top of the mountain and echoed across the world. At the highest level of the tower sat a figure shrouded in mist. In front of him was Xian Luo. Senior Gudao. Xian Luo was anxious. I don't approve of you as a disciple. An indifferent voice came from the figure covered in fog. However, since he was brought here by you, if he can walk past 300 steps, I can let you take him away. However, I won't help awaken the drop of soul blood in his body. As for the person who will protect Daoji's bloodline, since you chose him, then let him be. However, he can no longer leave the ancient clan, or else I'll act. The figure in the fog said coldly without the slightest emotion. Xian Luo had a bitter expression. He had brought Wang Lin here with good intentions, but he didn't expect Grand Empyrean Jidao to say such words. Xian Luo revealed a decisive gaze and clasped his hands at the figure in the fog. The figure in the fog slowly said, if he can't pass 300 steps, he needs to stay. Xian Luo silently pondered. At the bottom of Mount Gudao, Wang Lin stood there and looked at the top. He knew that his teacher was there, perhaps looking at him. Wang Lin, use your strongest cultivation to walk past 300 steps. Let Grand Empyrean Gudao see if my disciple has the ability. Xian Luo's voice came from the top of the mountain and was filled with anger. This was Xian Luo's anger. He spoke from the top of the tower and didn't care about Grand Empyrean Jidao at all. I brought him out of the cave world. I brought him here. I must take him away unless I die. After Xian Luo finished speaking, he turned to look at the figure in the fog. Xian Luo stood up straight and no longer bowed. The figure in the fog didn't speak. The top of the tower was completely silent. Xian Luo had a special feeling for Wang Lin. He had seen Wang Lin struggle in the cave world, seen his determination, and even saw Wang Lin's true feelings for the lonely woman named Wan Er. Xian Luo couldn't forget the tears he saw in Wang Lin's eyes and his longing for his wife in the cave world. This made him think of himself and his past. Everything that had happened with Wang Lin in the Celestial Clan made Xian Luo see his own shadow. Over the years, he seemed to have overlapped with Wang Lin. Wang Lin stood on the first step of Mount Gudao, and his teacher's words echoed in his ears. His eyes were filled with decisiveness. He didn't like climbing Mount Gudao, and he no longer had any respect for Grand Empyrean Gudao. In this world, the strong control the fate of the weak. Gudao's cultivation level is high, and he is the #1 person in the immortal astral continent, so he can force things on me. However, one day if I, Wang Lin, look up to the strong and replace Gudao, then I will be the heavens. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and the outline of the grand Empyrean sun behind him shined brightly. This light entered Wang Lin's body, making him seem taller. He suddenly raised his foot and took a step toward the steps. This step was the first time Wang Lin had resisted in the ancient clan. This was the first time he had defied the ancients, the first crack in his relationship with the Ji clan. He had originally planned to stay in the ancient clan, but due to his teacher's kindness, he had endured the ancient Tao emperor's words and endured the helplessness of not being used to the imperial power here. But now, even if he continued to endure, there was a crack that could not be erased between him and the Ji clan. Perhaps if nothing else happened in the future, this crack would slowly heal due to the relationship between his master, Xian Luo. However, this chance had completely vanished into thin air at this moment, during a major event of the royal clan in Lucky Dao Imperial City. In the imperial palace of the ancient Dao Imperial City, the ancient Dao Emperor was sitting in a side palace. His eyes were open as he looked ahead. Before him, there were 3 old men in purple kneeling in excitement. Your Majesty, over the hundreds of years, we have tried to fuse the soul with countless women, but none of them succeeded. The women that were chosen were unable to fuse with the soul, and there was a great rejection that prevented them from nourishing the soul. But now a woman has successfully fused with the soul. The old man's voice was filled with excitement. They had secretly done this for hundreds of years, and now that they had succeeded, what awaited the FFF would be a great reward. Where did the person who succeeded come from, and what is his name? The ancient Dao Emperor looked calm, but there was a hint of expectation in his heart. He could not forget the words of the imperial teacher. This soul fragment could allow him to become the true ancient emperor that would unify the ancient clan for countless years. One of the 3 old men, kneeling quickly, said, "She came from the ancient Shi. Her name is Songji. Let Songji enter the palace. I want to personally see this woman. I will announce to the world that in 3 months, I will hold the 6th Empress ceremony. I will take Songji as my wife and make her the Empress of my ancient Dao." The ancient Dao Emperor laughed, and his eyes shined brightly. There's still a few more monthly votes to go up 1 step. Fellow cultivators that still have monthly votes are eagerly waiting for you. I beg for monthly votes. Chapter 2013. The sky was blue, and the ground was filled with pavilions that looked like a sect. However, the signboard above the sect was very blurry, making it impossible to see the name clearly. If one wanted to take a closer look, it would be even more blurry. In one of the pavilions sat a woman. She looked very familiar, very familiar. She bit her lower lip and looked up into the sky as if she were looking at something. Who is she? Who am I? In a vast land, the sky was murky and dark, and the smell of blood filled the air. It was as if a battle had once taken place here. A woman flew through the air, her face pale and filled with panic. Occasionally, she would look back to see an earth cultivator with a devilish silver gleam in his eyes. He was neither fast nor slow as he chased after her. In this most critical moment, she saw a familiar man hiding on the ground. Who is she? Who is he? Who is he? Who is she? Who is he? Who is she? Who is she? Who is she? Who is she? Inside a very ordinary immortal's cave, a man sat cross-legged. He seemed to be in a most critical moment of a cultivator's core formation. The woman stood outside the cave. Although she was so scared that her mind was trembling, her eyes were filled with determination. Before her, there were many cultivators using spells to break the formation around the cave and break in. The woman clenched her teeth and continued to change the formation to resist until she used the last bit of her strength. Her body went soft, and she found that she was leaning against a warm chest. "I'll take you to kill." This sentence seemed to pierce through the sky, and from then on, it connected a lifetime of love. Who is she? Who is he? Who am I? Under the blue sky, in a familiar yet unfamiliar sect, this woman silently sat in a pavilion, holding a zither. Waves of sorrowful zither music lingered in the world. She seemed to be getting married. However, When she walked out of the pavilion and was about to face everything, a man appeared. With an unparalleled cultivation base, he walked up to her. That gentle smile made her freeze on the spot. She wanted to know who he was, who she was, and who she was, and who she was. A ray of warm sunlight shone in a secluded valley. There was a wooden house that was filled with warmth, and cheerful zither music could be heard. The woman was leaning on the zither as she looked at the man beside her. She leaned into his embrace, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. She seemed to be very happy. However, who was she? Who was that man? Who was I? He wanted to remember something, but he couldn't remember it no matter how hard he tried. His mind was heavy, as if he had slept for a very, very long time. In a blur, cracks appeared on the tender scene, and it slowly collapsed. It turned into a sky that was changing colors. The man was hugging a woman, and as tears flowed down his face, he let out a heaven-shaking roar. That roar contained pain, but it also contained a promise. Even if the heavens want you to die, I will take you back. In an extremely luxurious room in the imperial palace of Lucky Dao Imperial City, there was a woman lying on a soft bed. She didn't have a peerless appearance, but she was very pleasing to the eye. Right now, her face was pale, her eyes were closed, and her eyelashes were trembling. She seemed to be having a nightmare and wanted to wake up from it. At some point in time, tears flowed from the corner of her eyes and flowed down her cheeks, wetting the pure white pillow. In her dream, that heart-wrenching roar reverberated. It was a roar against the heavens, a rebellion against fate, a defiance against the heavens and the earth, and a defiance against life. That voice caused even more tears to flow down the woman's cheeks. However, she couldn't remember who this woman was, or who the man who had torn her heart apart was. She wanted to remember, but now, she couldn't even remember who she was. In her dream, she vaguely saw that man appear beside a coffin after a long time. He touched the coffin and gently leaned his face against it. His gentle appearance made her heart ache. The tears that fell on the coffin made her heart ache. She had an urge to open her eyes, touch the man's face, and wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes. As she struggled, everything in the dream was destroyed. The woman dissipated and the man disappeared into the fog. Everything became blurry. She opened her eyes. "You're awake." A soft voice came from beside her. She looked at the exquisite patterns on the bed, and her eyes were filled with confusion. Everything in the dream seemed to still exist, but she was in a blur. Turning around, she followed the voice and saw a long-haired man wearing a royal robe. Even though this man was already middle-aged, he was quite handsome and had a noble temperament. He was currently smiling at her. "You? Who are you?" Who am I?" The confusion in the woman's eyes became even stronger, and a stabbing pain came from her mind, blocking her memories. It was as if there was an invisible force preventing her from finding herself. "I'm the ancient Dao Emperor, the supreme existence of the ancient Dao. I'm your husband, and your name is Songji. You come from the ancient Sure and are my empress." The man smiled and slowly spoke. As he spoke, the aura of an emperor spread out from his body. "Husband." As those two words echoed in the woman's mind, another figure immediately appeared. That figure was howling at the sky and letting out a painful roar. That figure was sitting with her and listening to her play the zither cheerfully. That figure held her in his arms and whispered in her ear that he was going to take her to kill someone. That figure was blurry and seemed to overlap with the man in the imperial robe in front of her. Slowly, they really did overlap. However, she felt that they were incompatible. After they overlapped, they separated. The intense pain in her head arrived once more. The woman closed her eyes and passed out from the pain. The man in the royal robe's expression became gloomy, and he slowly said, "Tell me, what is the reason?" "Your Majesty, Song." After the Empress fused with the soul, her body became weak. Her original soul has become entangled with Your Majesty's soul, which is why her memory is in chaos. However, this matter is not a problem. The Empress only needs to rest for a period of time to slowly recover, but her memory will remain in chaos. However, this is also a good thing. Your Majesty can plant a new memory for the Empress that will gradually occupy her mind and become her real memory. Furthermore, this body is very suitable for this soul. It can be slowly nourished, and in a few years, this soul will completely fuse with this body. At that time, even the true body of the remnant soul will not be able to fuse with this soul. Ripples appeared behind the man in the royal robe, and an old man appeared. He knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, "You can leave." The man in the royal robe slowly said, "You can leave." The old man quickly nodded and turned into smoke that dissipated from the room. Only the ancient Tao Emperor and the woman remained. The ancient Tao Emperor sat beside the woman and looked at her with a strange light in his eyes. The imperial teacher once said that the soul fragment can allow me to become the true ancient emperor that unifies the three ancient clans. The imperial teacher divined the changes of the past and present, so he can't be wrong. Then, making this woman my empress is the best reward for her. As he muttered, the man in the royal robe raised his right hand and gently stroked the unconscious woman's face. He smiled. Even though this girl isn't beautiful, she has her own charm. I don't know where the imperial tutor got the remnant soul in her body from, but the imperial tutor refused to talk about it. But come to think of it, this remnant soul was also a beauty when she was alive. Maybe she had her own lover, and maybe that lover was in extreme pain after she died. Unfortunately, he will never know that this girl is now in my hands. If there's a chance to find out who this girl's lover was, and let me see it with my own eyes, it will be very interesting. Perhaps that person is already dead. If they don't die and meet one day, I wonder if they will recognize each other. The man in the royal robe smiled even more. I'm looking forward to it. However, I believe that day will never come. The man in the royal robe shook his head. His right hand that was stroking the woman's face gently squeezed, leaving a bruise on her face. The woman's body trembled. She seemed to feel pain even though she was unconscious, and tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that the Empress of the royal family must remain a virgin during the title ceremony, I would really want to turn her into a woman. However, this matter is not urgent. After the title ceremony, I want to have a good taste of the soul fragment. The man in the royal robe smiled as he stood up. He waved his sleeves and walked out of the room. As the woman's tears flowed down, Wang Lin, who was at the foot of Mount Jidao, looked up at the top of the mountain with a cold gaze. Grand Emperor Gu Dao obviously didn't recognize him, but Wang Lin also didn't recognize the Ji clan. The only person he respected in the entire ancient clan was Xian Luo. If not for Xian Luo, Wang Lin, would never have come here. 300 steps. The Grand Empyrean outline behind Wang Lin shined with a black and white light. Under this light, Wang Lin raised his foot and took a step forward. This step wasn't just one step, but dozens. The moment his foot landed, Wang Lin stood on the 39th step. A powerful force came down from the top of the mountain and landed on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body trembled as if countless mountains were pressing down on him. In his eyes, the steps leading to the top of the mountain began to distort as if they had a life of their own. They moved up and down like dragons. He let out a cold snort, and the outline of the Grand Empyrean sun behind Wang Lin shined even brighter. The clouds changed as Wang Lin took another step and jumped forward. 42nd step, 57th step, 69th step, 8th step, sure, sand step. Wang Lin's ears rumbled as he resisted the endless pressure and stepped onto the 99th step. He raised his right foot and mercilessly stomped down on the 100th step. The moment his foot landed, the world rumbled and Mount Gu Dao seemed to tremble. A powerful pressure suddenly closed in and landed on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin trembled and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This pressure came from the mountain, from Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. Chapter 2014. There are 999 steps on the stone platform. Every 100 steps represents 10% of my original body's cultivation. Since the beginning of time, no Grand Empyrean has been able to reach the 600th step with my original body's will. The person with the most was a Grand Empyrean named Donglin from the Celestial Clan. He failed at the 600th step and left something behind before my original body allowed him to leave. As for you, let my original body see how many steps you can take. An indifferent and ancient voice echoed the moment Wang Lin's foot landed on the 100th step. As the voice echoed, the steps leading to the top of the mountain before Wang Lin revealed its true form. It was a real dragon that was completely black. It let out a roar and charged at Wang Lin. A fishy smell rushed at Wang Lin along with the storm. It seemed to want to stop Wang Lin from appearing on the 100th step. In an instant, the dragon closed in. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Although his face was pale, he didn't retreat at all. Instead, he raised his right hand and reached at the void. The outline of the Grand Empyrean behind him shrank a bit, and black and white light gathered in Wang Lin's right hand, forming a strange scene. Wang Lin's right palm was white, and the back of his palm was black. As the dragon closed in, Wang Lin's palm pressed down and collided with the dragon. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the sky. The flood dragon's body trembled, and it let out a miserable shriek. Its huge head immediately collapsed, and the collapse spread to the flood dragon's entire body at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the entire flood dragon was completely disintegrated, turning into ashes that dissipated into the air. At the same time, the steps leading to the top of the mountain no longer distorted and returned to normal. It was as if what had happened was just an illusion of Wang Lin's. Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood. The moment the dragon collapsed, his right hand also dissipated as if it had disappeared into thin air. However, soon, black gas surrounded it and a new arm formed. However, when his right hand touched the dragon, he felt as if his body was being bombarded by countless mountains. Under the tremendous force, he lifted his right foot and landed on the 99th step. Once it landed, it meant he wouldn't be able to reach the 100th step. Just as his right foot was about to land, Wang Lin let out a roar and popping sounds came from his body. He used his ancient clan body to withstand this force. His right foot suddenly changed direction and stepped down. However, it wasn't the 99th step, but the 100th step. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He vaguely felt that after stepping onto the 100th step, his celestial spiritual energy and ancient clan spiritual energy showed signs of fusing. This phenomenon caused Wang Lin to be startled. He silently raised his foot and stepped forward once more. He wasn't fast, and he only walked 10 steps at a time. However, every time his foot landed, Mount Gu Dao would rumble. After the 100th step, the pressure from Grand Empyrean Gu Dao doubled. Wang Lin's body couldn't withstand this pressure. When he reached the 150th step, his body trembled and he had to stop. At the top of the mountain, Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin with heartache. He had already made a decision. If Wang Lin failed, he would risk offending Grand Empyrean Ji Dao to take him away. He was brought here by me. He came to the ancient clan for me, so I must take him away. Xian Luo silently pondered. The indistinct figure in the fog behind Xian Luo coldly said, "He can't make it past the 200th step. Xian Luo, your disciple should stay." However, before Xian Luo could speak, Wang Lin let out a roar and the outline of the Grand Empyrean sun behind him rapidly shrank. As it shrank, Wang Lin suddenly looked up and stepped onto the 160th step. He didn't stop and continued to step forward. The Grand Empyrean sun behind him continued to shrink and turned into endless power that entered Wang Lin's body. This allowed Wang Lin to step onto the 170th step, the 180th step, the 190th step, and finally, when the outline of the Grand Empyrean sun shrank to the limit and disappeared, Wang Lin's foot landed on the 200th step. The moment his foot landed, the figure in the fog at the top of the mountain let out a soft cry of surprise. Xian Luo's eyes lit up, and for the first time, a smile appeared on his face. The indistinct figure slowly said, "Burning the Grand Empyrean Sun in exchange for the power to step onto the 200th step is a method. However, how will he pass the last 100 steps?" The moment Wang Lin's foot landed on the 200th step, one of the four gray-robed men sitting cross-legged on the four pillars surrounding the tower at the top of the mountain, the one sitting on the northern pillar, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a flash of gray light in his eyes, and his body flickered and he disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was on the stairs. As he walked toward Wang Lin, he waved his sleeve and lifted his right hand. His face was expressionless, as if he was wearing a mask. He pointed at Wang Lin. When his finger landed, the world changed. It was as if a giant hole had been opened in the sky, causing the earth to tremble and Mount Gu Dao to tremble. Wang Lin's pupil shrank. From his point of view, this finger is comparable to the power of a Grand Empyrean. This masked, gray-robed man actually has the power of a Grand Empyrean. This person, who is he? Wang Lin didn't have time to think. The finger was already descending toward his eyebrows. If he was hit by the finger, even with his ancient clan body, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to withstand it. He would be destroyed in body and soul. At this moment of crisis, all the power from the Grand Empyrean Sun outline that Wang Lin had absorbed from the 150th step to the 200th step erupted from his body. Wang Lin activated his cultivation and revealed his essence. 99 shadows appeared around him. He raised his right hand and threw a punch at the incoming finger. With this punch, the Ancient Order shadow appeared behind Wang Lin. The Ancient God, Ancient Demon, and Ancient Devil all threw a punch. There was even a golden shadow that appeared above the Ancient Shadow. This shadow was blurry, but it gave off pure, celestial spiritual energy that fused with the ancient power to form a punch. Large amounts of black gas came from Wang Lin's body. This black gas was filled with slaughter and madness. There was also the presence of thunder, forming a punch of slaughter and thunder. Rumbling sounds continued to echo throughout Mount Gudao, shaking the heavens and earth and spreading in all directions. The gray-robed man's finger collapsed and his body trembled. He didn't move at all, but he gave Wang Lin a profound look before walking toward the top of the mountain. He disappeared from Wang Lin's sight and reappeared on the northern pillar. He sat down and closed his eyes once more. Wang Lin coughed out blood from the corner of his mouth, and the Ancient Order shadow behind him dissipated. Even the golden shadow, giving off pure, celestial spiritual energy, dissipated. His breathing was rough, but he stood firmly on the 200th step. The moment he steadied himself, he could clearly sense the Ji clan's power and his cultivation base's celestial power fusing together in a strange way. This fusion was forced together by the pressure of Mount Gudao. Whether it is the celestial clans, Empyrean exalts, or Ascendant Empyreans, none of them can step on my Mount Gudao. Only Grand Empyreans can. You can step onto the 200th step, which means you already have the power of a Grand Empyrean. Continue, and let me see if you can reach the 300th step. An indifferent voice echoed as Wang Lin panted. Grand Empyrean Jidao is my disciple. Xian Luo's roar came from the top of the mountain. At the same time, a ray of light flew out from the tower and landed beside Wang Lin. It was Xian Luo. I brought him here, so I'm going to take him away. Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. I, Xian Luo, have served the ancient Dao for my entire life and have never considered personal gains or losses. Throughout the countless years, Xian Luo has never had any complaints and has wholeheartedly served my ancient clan. But today, Xian Luo begs Grand Empyrean Gu Dao to let me take away my disciple. Xian Luo looked up at the top of the mountain and spoke word for word. His words were filled with determination. The top of the mountain silently pondered. After a long time, the indifferent voice seemed to ease a bit. Xian Luo, when you first became a Grand Empyrean, I offered to accept you as my disciple and let you live with me on Mount Jidao. Because you wanted to protect the ancient Dao, you didn't want to stay here all year round, so you refused. You have protected the Ji-Dao clan for countless years, and I have seen everything. This is the first time you have begged, and I have agreed, but this is also the last time." Xian Luo revealed a complicated expression as he bowed toward the tower at the top of Mount Gudao. He was about to take away the weak Wang Lin. "Teacher, disciple can still do it." Wang Lin took a deep breath and stood up straight. "You?" Xian Luo's eyes were filled with worry. "Teacher, the pressure from the steps of Mount Gudao is the best place for disciple to cultivate. Disciple wants to continue down." Wang Lin's eyes were filled with determination. After bowing at Xian Luo, he suddenly turned around and walked toward the 201st step. The moment his foot landed, an unbearable sound came from Wang Lin's body, but his eyes were extremely bright. "The power of the ancient in my body exists because of my bloodline, and the power of the immortals exists because of my essence. But these two powers have never been able to fuse together. In the past, I tried to fuse them together in the cave world, but I failed. These two powers are incompatible with each other. I could only split them apart in my body. However, right now, there's no better place than here to help me fuse the celestial and ancient powers. Grand Emperor Gu Dao is the #1 person on the immortal astral continent. His pressure is the best help in fusing the celestial and ancient powers." Wang Lin was determined to step onto the stone platform again, because he had felt an opportunity to fuse his celestial and ancient powers in the first 200 steps. This opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Can a monthly votes let me enter the top 3 again? Chapter 2015. Seeing the decisiveness in Wang Lin's eyes, Xian Luo's eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak. He watched Wang Lin walk toward the 201st step. The pressure from Mount Gudao arrived the moment Wang Lin stepped onto the step. It formed an indescribable pressure that smashed into Wang Lin's body. The difference between the 200th step and the 200th step was huge. Before, it was just a raging wave that had forced Wang Lin to use all his strength to burn the outline of his Grand Empyrean Sun before he could grit his teeth and walk through it. Now it was no longer just a raging wave, but the entire raging sea smashing into Wang Lin's body. Just one step caused Wang Lin's face to become even more pale. His body trembled and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His body let out unbearable cracking sounds, as if his bones were being squeezed and his flesh was being torn apart. His soul was about to shatter, and his soul was about to be erased. He was like a lonely boat in the sea, vulnerable to the power of the entire sea. However, Wang Lin didn't retreat. Even though there would be great danger if he continued, he didn't want to, wasn't willing to, and wasn't willing to give up. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. This might be his last chance after failing to fuse with the celestial and ancient powers. Once he gave up, not only would he lose the opportunity to fuse with the celestial and ancient powers, but it would also cast a shadow on Wang Lin's powerful heart. The shadow of Grand Emperor Gu Dao and the unstoppable existence would cause great harm to Wang Lin's Dao. Grand Emperor Gu Dao, I must walk through these 300th step. Wang Lin's expression became distorted. The pain inside and outside of his body made him want to roar at the sky, but he suppressed it. He stored the power he wanted to roar in his body and took the second step. The instant Wang Lin took his second step, a roar rang out in his head, and his body trembled even more violently. However, he could clearly sense the power of the immortal's essence and the ancient's power in his body being forcefully fused together by the pressure. But during this fusion, there was a shocking force of rejection. If it wasn't for the pressure from Mount Gudao, Wang Lin definitely wouldn't have been able to stop this rejection, and the fusion of celestial and ancient would have failed again. But now, there was no need for Wang Lin to suppress it. The pressure from Mount Gudao automatically suppressed it. As Wang Lin struggled, he took a third step, then a fourth, a fifth, and a sixth. Although his body was trembling, there seemed to be an astonishing tenacity in his not-so-tall body. This tenacity supported his spine, allowing him to raise his head and look at anyone he faced. The 7th step, the 8th step. When Wang Lin stepped onto the 208th step, the veins on his face bulged out. Creaking sounds came from his body, as if his bones were rubbing against each other. But his eyes were still filled with the determination to never give up. He could sense the celestial and ancient power in his body rapidly fusing with the pressure, and there seemed to be something different about it. Ancient body on the outside, essence cultivation on the inside, ancient and celestial fused into one body. Wang Lin suddenly lifted his foot and took the 9th step. Then the 10th step. He stepped onto the 210th step. The moment his foot landed, Wang Lin's essence cultivation and the ancient's power continued to fuse together. Under the intense pressure from the outside, a sliver of power finally appeared. This sliver of power was the fusion of celestial and ancient power. It was celestial power, ancient power, and also Wang Lin's own power. The moment this power appeared, a scene that shocked Xian Luo appeared in the sky. It caused the figure in the fog at the top of the tower to open his eyes. The sky instantly turned from blue to gold. The golden sky gave off endless golden light that shrouded the area and rapidly spread out. In the blink of an eye, the sky within 100,000 kilometers was completely golden. This golden sky could be seen from far away, and it was shocking. This golden color was not created by divine ability, nor was it caused by a spell. In the entire land of the ancient race, there had never been such a scene that was not created by divine ability or a spell. It was as if it was natural. This scene caused Xian Luo to suddenly raise his head. His eyes reflected the golden light in the sky. Under this golden sky, the land of the Ji clan was black. But now, this black color was countless times deeper. The entire land and the mountains above the land had all turned into endless black. This black color would cause anyone's mind to tremble just by looking at it. This was 9 songs and 3 signs. The first sign, golden sky and black earth. Xian Luo took a deep breath. The 9 songs and 3 signs were the heavenly phenomenon that occurred when the celestial ancestor and Ji ancestor were born. The 9 songs were ancient and the 3 signs were celestial. Since ancient times, aside from when the celestial ancestor and ancient ancestor were born, this phenomenon had never appeared before. But now it appeared on Mount Gudao. The golden sky and black earth gave off an indescribable strangeness, causing the surroundings to instantly become calm. Wang Lin didn't seem to see any of this. Right now, the only thought in his mind was to reach the 300th step and fuse his celestial and ancient powers. The moment the golden sky and black earth appeared, Wang Lin raised his right foot and stepped onto the 211th step. The pressure from Mount Gudao caused Wang Lin's body to feel countless times heavier, but he didn't hesitate to take another step. The 11th step, the 12th step, the Shursan step, the 14th step, all the way to the 19th step. With each step, Wang Lin's body trembled. He was extremely weak, and even his origin soul and soul were trembling under the pressure, as if he couldn't bear it. The moment he stepped onto the 219th step, Wang Lin's body exploded. However, as he collapsed, he turned into countless black strands that rapidly fused together to form Wang Lin's figure once more. He didn't hesitate to use the power of slaughter to force his body to fuse together. As long as his origin soul wasn't destroyed and his soul didn't die, he could do this many times. However, under this pressure, even if he fused thousands or tens of thousands of times, it would be useless. This was because his origin soul and soul would die under this pressure. However, this life-threatening pressure was the best way to fuse celestial luck and celestial luck. As they continued to fuse, Wang Lin let out a heaven-shaking roar. He raised his foot and resolutely stepped onto the 220th step. Popping sounds echoed like crazy. The instant Wang Lin's foot landed, his body collapsed dozens of times and turned into black smoke dozens of times. Finally, his body reformed, and he stood firm on the step. The moment he steadied himself, a voice suddenly rang out amidst the golden sky and black earth. At first, the voice was not very clear, but it soon echoed in the golden sky and the black earth, and it became even clearer. Listening carefully, this sound was the sound of the wind. However, what was strange was that there was no wind in this place. There was no wind, but the sound of the wind reverberated. It sounded like a song of the wind in the heavens. However, the moment the song of the wind appeared, Xian Luo's expression changed. The four gray-robed people sitting on the four pillars around the tower at the top of the mountain opened their eyes at the same time. When they looked up at the sky, their unmoving expressions changed. As for the figure in the fog at the top of the tower, the figure that had opened his eyes when the golden sky and black earth appeared was silent for a moment before he began to mutter. Song of the Wind, the first of the 9 songs. Another sliver of the power of celestial luck appeared in Wang Lin's body. This sliver of power did not circulate in his body, but remained still. As the celestial luck and ancient power continued to fuse, it slowly grew stronger. However, Wang Lin could sense that this power contained something he could not see through, but it clearly surpassed the power of celestial luck. This was the power he longed to fuse with, the regret he felt after his failure in the past. He heard the sound of the wind. The sound echoed in the world, as if it was singing praises and telling stories. However, Wang Lin could not hear the words clearly, just like how he could not hear the murmurs in the depths of the heaven-defying beat. Silently, Wang Lin's body was covered in exhaustion, but he still took a step toward Mount Gudao. He gritted his teeth and walked toward the seemingly distant Mount Gudao. From the 220th step up, Wang Lin's body would not be able to withstand it, and he would turn into black strands to reform. However, his origin soul and soul were gradually unable to hold on. It was as if he was reaching the limit of his life. One step, one step, one step. When Wang Lin reached the 230th step, he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The blood landed on the steps, and it was a shocking sight. However, almost at the instant the blood landed, a second voice appeared within the song of the wind in the sky. This was the sound of thunder. Thunderous rumbles echoed in all directions. This thunder was like a roar, and it contained an indescribable charm. As it continued to echo, it was like a song of heavenly thunder. The sound of thunder echoed and fused with the wind song. It was as if there were tens of thousands of horses galloping through the golden sky and black earth. When the ancient ancestor was born, there were 9 songs accompanying him. If all 9 songs appear, they can form a birth music. Rumor has it that when the 9 songs and 3 signs appear on the immortal astral continent, the successor of the Ji ancestor and the celestial ancestor will appear. Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin. Looking at his disciple, he suddenly found it difficult to see through him. In the cave world, I also saw silver eye. This is only a rumor that spread across the immortal astral continent. Could it be him? Xian Luo was in a trance. He found it hard to believe what had happened today. Chapter 2016. 9 songs and 3 signs. The first song was the Heavenly Wind Song. The second song was the Heavenly Tao Thunder Song. The third song was the Mortal Cloud Flute. This mortal world cloud flute slowly rose from the wisps of white clouds that slowly appeared in the golden sky. It transmitted to one's mind, allowing one to relax as if they were about to fall asleep. When Wang Lin stepped onto the 240th step, the sound of the flute echoed in the sky. This flute sound was very beautiful, and it didn't seem like something a living being could play. Instead, when the wind pierced through the clouds, countless small holes appeared on the surface of the clouds. This sound fused with the wind song, forming an extremely beautiful song. At this moment, the thunder was like a drum, perfectly fusing with the wind. This sound was intoxicating. Xian Luo was immersed in the song and silently closed his eyes. The 4 gray-robed men on the 4 pillars also silently listened to the song. Their expressions were filled with melancholy and reminiscence. As for the figure in the fog at the top of the tower, when he heard the song, he let out a sigh. Wang Lin stood on the 240th step, motionless. He was also listening to the song formed by the wind, thunder, and clouds. The song entered his heart, causing his origin soul to be surrounded by warmth and slowly nourished. All of the injuries on his body miraculously healed by this song. The power from the celestial fortune in his body had increased a bit, but it still didn't circulate and remain silent. After a long time, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. As the song continued, Wang Lin slowly raised his foot and walked forward. His expression was no longer ferocious, but calm. His eyes were no longer bloodshot. Instead, he calmly took each step forward. The golden sky was the light, the black ground was the path, the thunder was the drum, the wind was the accompaniment, and the cloud flute surrounded Wang Lin, allowing him to steadily walk up the stairs until he reached the 250th step. The instant his foot landed, a note appeared in the golden sky and black earth, and the music of wind, thunder, and clouds. That note was a rustling sound, as if rain was falling from the heavens and hitting the ground. The sound of the rain lingered in the sky and the cloud flute, making the music even more beautiful. It was as if all things in the world had awakened and were filled with vitality. Xian Luo opened his eyes at this moment. He looked at Wang Lin and let out a deep breath. With his cultivation level and identity, he shouldn't be too shocked. However, his mind was affected by the 4 songs of the 9 songs that Wang Lin had triggered. Grand Emperor Gu Dao, you don't recognize his existence, but now I wonder what you think. Or rather, will my disciple, Wang Lin, who has the soul blood, recognize your existence? Xian Luo's gaze went past Wang Lin, who was walking on the steps, and landed on the tower at the top of Gu Dao. The top of the tower was silent as always. The figure in the fog closed his eyes after letting out a sigh. He seemed to be immersed in the music, and his face that was covered by the fog seemed to be filled with melancholy and reminiscence. Wang Lin paused for a moment on the 250th step. After hearing the sound of the rain, he immersed himself in it for a bit before walking up again. On the 260th step, Wang Lin heard the sound of the sky. This sound was very mysterious. The sky was silent, but at this moment, there was a faint murmur that seemed to come from the sky. It fused with the heavenly wind song, the heavenly Tao thunder song, the mortal cloud flute, and the rain of all things. The moment this song appeared, the small amount of celestial and ancient power that had fused with the pressure of Mount Jidao in Wang Lin's body began to show signs of moving. However, it was moving very slowly. It was unknown how long it would take for it to complete a cycle in Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin wasn't anxious. With the 5 songs of the 9, his body felt very warm inside and outside, as if there was endless power inside him. Inside this existence, the drop of soul blood from the ancient ancestor in Wang Lin's body also showed signs of melting. This drop of soul blood was the reason why Xian Luo had begged Grand Emperor Gu Dao to awaken his bloodline, but had been rejected. Wang Lin silently walked forward and walked down the steps. When his foot reached the 270th step, all the essences in Wang Lin's body suddenly melted. At this moment, there was no essence left in Wang Lin's body, but his eyes revealed a silver light. His eyes turned silver under this light. There was no trace of emotion in them, and they were very cold. Even the black color of his pupils had turned silver. The moment the silver eyes appeared, an indescribable aura came from Wang Lin's body. This aura was the same aura that Xian Luo had felt in the cave world back then, the aura that could destroy everything. After this aura appeared, Xian Luo revealed a complicated expression. Among the 9 songs and 3 signs, the silver eye is common. The ancient ancestors' 9 songs can be transformed, and the second of the 3 signs is also this eye. The 4 gray-robed men on the pillars around the tower withdrew their gazes from the sky and looked at Wang Lin's body once more. They looked at the silver in Wang Lin's eyes, and their eyes were filled with confusion. There was a void within that confusion, as if their minds had been sucked out. It was as if they had a strange attraction to these silver eyes. As for the figure in the fog inside the tower, after pondering for a long time, he let out a voice that echoed across the world. 9 songs and 3 signs. 5 songs and 2 signs have appeared on your body. Come up. If you can reach the 300th step, I can awaken your soul blood and summon you. This voice was extremely cold. Wang Lin stood on the 270th step and didn't respond to the cold voice. Instead, he raised his foot and walked forward once more. When he stood on the 280th step, the ancient power inside Wang Lin's body melted. As it melted, another song appeared beside the 5 songs. This song was the music of the land. A desolate burial song came from the black earth. It was unknown how this burial song came to be, but it was clearly coming from the earth. This song was filled with sorrow, as if it represented the death of the person buried in the earth. When it fused with the music of the heavens, it seemed to represent life and death. It fused with the sounds of wind, clouds, thunder, and rain to form a song. 9 songs and 3 signs. I've heard of it before. Now it seems that 6 songs and 2 signs have appeared. As Wang Lin pondered, he felt the essence and ancient power inside his body melt. They disappeared into his body, but they didn't disappear. Instead, they fused with his body on a deeper level. What he could feel now was the new power that appeared after the celestial and ancient power fused. This power was still circulating, but it was very slow. Perhaps it would take several years or even decades for it to complete a cycle. He silently raised his foot and borrowed the pressure from Mount Gu Dao to walk up the 281st step. When he stood on the 290th step, he clearly felt the circulation in his body become a bit faster. At the same time, he sensed signs of the dissipating origin and ancient power still existing in his body. These 2 powers existed in his Yuan spirit and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. What existed in the Yuan spirit was the source, and what existed in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels was the power of the ancient race. They seemed to be fusing, but at the same time, they didn't seem to be fusing. However, compared to Wang Lin's previous state, there was a huge difference. When Wang Lin stepped onto the 290th step, another song appeared among the 6 songs. This song could not be heard by others, only by Wang Lin. It was the sound of his own body. This sound was like the sound of a body. Every time he raised his head, every time he waved his arms, every time he lifted his feet, and even every time he breathed, every time the pores on his skin opened and shrank, this sound was emitted. This sound was very soft, but at this moment, it fused with the sounds of the world. It gathered around Wang Lin's body and turned into a soft sound that surrounded him. Is this the 7th song? After listening for a moment, Wang Lin looked up. His eyes shined brightly as he stared at the tall tower at the top of Mount Gu Dao. Did you say that Wang couldn't walk past the 300th step? Wang Lin lifted his foot. With 1 step, he crossed 10 steps and stood on the 300th step. The moment he stood there, he saw the confusion and emptiness in the eyes of the 2 gray-robed men on the 4 pillars of the tower at the top of the mountain be replaced by cold light. It was as if they had regained their senses. As the cold light flashed in their eyes, their bodies flickered and they flew out. Their figures overlapped in midair and turned into one person. They took large strides and shot toward Wang Lin like lightning. In an instant, he closed in and punched. This punch contained a gray fog. Within the fog was the image of a giant head. It let out a soundless roar and shot toward Wang Lin. Popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body. This sound was like a heartbeat. This was the 8th song formed by Wang Lin's organs. 5 organ songs. This was the sound of his lungs contracting, the beating of his heart, the trembling of his spleen, the trembling of his liver, and the tensing of his kidneys. After they fused together, they formed the sound of the 5 organs. The sound of his body intertwined with the sound of wind, clouds, thunder, and rain, and the sound of life and death in the world. Finally, the sound of the 8 songs exploded out. As the 8 songs echoed, the power of the ancients in Wang Lin's organs spread out and fused with Wang Lin's flesh and blood. At the same time, the essence power in his nascent divinity moved and filled all of Wang Lin's meridians. As the two powers spread out, for the first time, they completely fused with Wang Lin's body as the center. They turned into an enormous fusion of immortal and ancient power. Previously, it would have taken dozens of years to complete the cycle, but now it sped up and completed a full cycle. This power that did not belong to the immortal or the ancient, after completing the cycle, turned into a roar from Wang Lin. Screw off. Second update. If he got a few more votes, he would be in third place. Monthly votes, please. Chapter 2017. This voice wasn't loud. It wasn't heaven shaking. However, the moment it echoed, a pressure no weaker than Mount Gudao's came from Wang Lin's body. The pressure was enough to cause anyone who sensed it to be astonished. It has to be said that the pressure from Mount Gudao came from Grand Emperor Gudao, the strongest person on the immortal astral continent. However, the pressure from Wang Lin's body was no weaker than Mount Gudao's. The meaning of this was enough to terrify anyone. As the two words echoed, the entire Mount Gudao trembled violently. Dust flew everywhere as if the mountain was going to collapse. The two gray-robed people before Wang Lin overlapped and formed a fist. The head formed by the gray fog around the fist let out a miserable scream 30 feet away from Wang Lin. The head seemed as if it was swept by a violent gust of wind, and it dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the fist formed by the overlapping figures of the two gray-robed men shattered and collapsed with a loud bang. As it collapsed, the figure seemed to have been struck by a great force and was immediately sent tumbling back. Once it turned back into two people in midair, they coughed up a mouthful of blood, and expressions of disbelief appeared on their calm faces. After the two of them coughed out blood, they couldn't stop and were forced back even more. They were pushed back more than 10,000 feet by the power of Wang Lin's roar. Mount Gudao rumbled, and a giant, black hand appeared from the tower at the top of Mount Gudao. It instantly grew to more than 1,000 feet and pressed down on Wang Lin like a black, five-fingered mountain. The five-fingered mountain formed a cycle with a power that was neither celestial nor ancient inside Wang Lin's roar. The pressure they formed collided on Mount Gudao. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the black, five-fingered mountain trembled violently before being pushed back and disappearing. Wang Lin's body trembled, and a mysterious power that had fused with the celestial and ancient power separated. The ancient and celestial power inside Wang Lin's body began its second cycle, but it was much slower. It would take decades for it to complete one cycle. Xian Luo saw this and sucked in a breath of cold air. After pondering for a moment, a cold voice came from the tower. "Come up. This lord will awaken the soul blood for you." Wang Lin's face was pale as he stood on the 300th step. He didn't speak, but raised his foot and took one step forward. When his foot landed on the 301st step, the drop of soul blood inside Wang Lin's body melted and completely fused with his body. He no longer needed Grand Emperor Gu Dao to make the drop of soul blood perfectly fuse with his body. The bloodline inheritance inside gradually revealed itself. Wang Lin silently stood there and clasped his hands at the top of Mount Gudao. "Thank you, Grand Emperor Gudao." Wang Lin was not a reckless person. The gap between him and Grand Emperor Gudao was very big. Even though Gudao had told him to leave on the 300th step, Wang Lin still buried his indifference toward Gudao in his heart and said his goodbyes. Moreover, the fusion of the celestial and ancient bloodlines was indeed thanks to Grand Emperor Gudao's pressure. Perhaps this was a coincidence, or perhaps this was Grand Emperor Gudao's tacit agreement. However, no matter what, Wang Lin understood that Grand Emperor Gudao was the strongest person on the immortal astral continent, so Wang Lin had to bow to him. After a long time, Grand Emperor Gudao's cold voice came from the tower. "You can rest assured, this lord said that if you can reach the 300th step, I'll let you leave. Now that you've passed, you can go down the mountain." It was as if Grand Emperor Gu Dao was pondering before he spoke those words. Wang Lin didn't speak anymore and walked down the mountain. When he arrived next to Xian Luo, he saw the faint fluctuations around Xian Luo's body. It was obvious that if Gu Dao went back on his word, Xian Luo would act. "Teacher," Wang Lin softly said. Xian Luo's actions caused the rift between Wang Lin and the ancient clan to feel warmth. "Let's go." Xian Luo looked profoundly at Wang Lin and buried the shock from the 8 songs in 2 phases. He waved his sleeves and took Wang Lin into the sky. It wasn't until the 2 of them disappeared that the 2 injured gray-robed men returned to the pillars on Mount Gu Dao. They looked into the distance with complicated gazes before closing their eyes to cultivate again. After a long time, a sigh came from the tower. The figure inside the fog on the top floor stood up. His body was shrouded in fog as he walked to the window. His gaze seemed to fall on the direction Xian Luo and Wang Lin had gone. Xian Luo brought Wang Lin back to the ancient Dao imperial city a few days later. Wang Lin lived in the wooden house behind the ancient Dao temple for a long time. Xian Luo didn't ask about what had happened on Mount Gu Dao, and Wang Lin didn't explain. It was as if it had never happened and Xian Luo had hidden it. As 1 month passed, it seemed to have disappeared. During this month, Wang Lin was in closed-door cultivation inside the wooden house. He had gone to many places on Mount Gu Dao and absorbed a lot of essences. This allowed his essences to grow a lot and his cultivation level to increase. His essences and ancient power seemed to have returned to their original positions during this month. His essences still formed their essence true bodies, and his ancient power still formed the 27 stars between his eyebrows and his eyes. Although it looked ordinary, only Wang Lin knew that he only needed one thought to fuse his celestial and ancient power into a short burst of power. That burst of power was comparable to Mount Gu Dao's. As his essences and ancient power grew, this short fusion would last even longer, and the power he could erupt with would become even stronger. One day, when they fused completely, and it wasn't like now, where they could only fuse for a short time, he would have the same power as Grand Emperor Gu Dao. Right now, the strand of celestial and ancient power inside his body was still slowly rotating. It would take a long time for it to complete a cycle. On this day, Wang Lin opened his eyes from his cultivation. His eyes lit up and he raised his right hand. A cylinder appeared in his hand. After pondering for a moment, he opened it. There was a bit of liquid inside that emitted pure wood essence energy. Wang Lin took out a drop and absorbed it into his body. That drop of liquid immediately dissipated, and at the same time, Wang Lin's wood essence rapidly increased. 3 days later, when Wang Lin absorbed another drop, his wood essence was rapidly approaching the level of an essence true body. Another half a month passed. When all the liquid in the cylinder was absorbed by Wang Lin, an overlapping shadow appeared on Wang Lin's body. The 5-element true body appeared and stood before Wang Lin. The 5-element true body's expression was normal as it stood before Wang Lin. Its body emitted a colorless glow. The light that represented the wood and metal essences was a bit dim and not as bright as the other 3 colors. However, the light that represented the wood essence became brighter and brighter. A few days later, the light reached the same level as the water, fire, and earth essences. The 5-element true body trembled and split into 4 figures and a ball of light. Besides the water, fire, and earth essence true bodies, there was one more. It was Wang Lin's wood essence true body. The golden ball of light at the center of the 4 true bodies was the metal essence. It hadn't formed its true body yet. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the golden ball of light. He hesitated for a moment, but a moment later, his gaze became decisive. He raised his right hand, and a golden fragment appeared. This fragment was the fragment of the celestial extreme sword. Wang Lin had obtained it on the street of the celestial ancestral city. He had refined it before, but hadn't completely fused with it. Now that he took it out, along with the metal essence power he had absorbed under Xian Luo's guidance over the past few months. He was going to fuse them together to reach the final completion of his five-element true body. Once the metal essence formed its true body, the five-element true body's power would increase greatly. It would also verify the analysis and speculations Wang Lin had made before he came to the celestial ancestral city. The five-element true body has reached completion. If my cultivation level can increase, then my speculations are correct. Wang Lin no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden gas. It surrounded the golden sword fragment and the metal essence. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another month went by. It had been 2.5 months since Wang Lin and Xian Luo returned to the ancient Dao Imperial City. During this period of time, Wang Lin stayed inside the cabin and didn't take a step out. Xian Luo had come twice and observed outside the cabin. He knew that Wang Lin was condensing his essence and that there was no danger, so he left. On this morning, when the first ray of sunlight shined on the earth and lifted the black curtain, the warmth spread across the valley. A jade flew from the direction of the ancient Dao temple. It circled the cabin several times before landing on the grass outside the cabin and stopped moving. However, a moment later, the jade trembled and turned into a ray of light. It flew into the woodhouse and was caught by Wang Lin, who was calmly sitting inside the woodhouse. His divine sense scanned the jade and found that it was an abandoned jade. It didn't say much, but it was an invitation. The ancient Dao Emperor will be crowning the Empress in 10 days. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he withdrew his divine sense from the jade. The jade had been sent by the ancient Dao Imperial Palace to invite Wang Lin to participate in this grand ceremony. For this jade to be sent here, it must have obtained teacher's approval. It seems this grand ceremony is very important to the ancient Dao. Wang Lin pondered. The ancient Dao Emperor has been choosing concubines for hundreds of years, and now he has finally chosen one to be his empress. Should I go or not? Wang Lin had reached a critical moment in fusing with the metal essence, so he didn't want to participate in this grand ceremony. Third update. Can't you get more monthly votes? Chapter 2018. Putting down the invitation jade in his hand, Wang Lin no longer thought about this matter. After all, compared to the ancient Dao Emperor's coronation ceremony, his cultivation was more important. The metal essence true body should be formed in the next few days. At that time, the 5 elements will form a true body and fuse into one. At that time, I'll be able to verify whether or not my previous guesses and calculations are correct. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with hesitation. He was a bit worried. If his cultivation level was still at the late stage of void tribulant after the 5-element true body was complete, then his speculation would fail. Once he failed, Wang Lin would have to give up on forming his other essences. He would have to comprehend the 4th ethereal essence after life and death, karma, and true and false. However, this ethereal essence was a blur, and it depended entirely on luck and comprehension. Perhaps he could gain something in a few years, or it could take thousands of years, and he still wouldn't have a clue. This caused Wang Lin to hesitate as he looked at the ball of light surrounded by the golden fog. He gradually revealed a look of anticipation. After a long time, Wang Lin let out a sigh and withdrew his gaze from the golden fog. He had already done his best. Whether or not his cultivation level could increase, he would have the answer in a few days. Wang Lin opened his eyes slightly and pondered a bit. Then he waved his sleeve, and a formation appeared on the ground. This formation slowly rotated, but there was no sound coming from it. From the outside, there was no light coming from it. He got up and stepped into the formation. Wang Lin's figure disappeared. Below the formation, about 100,000 feet below the wooden house, there was a giant cave. This cave hadn't appeared for long. It was formed on the 5th day of Wang Lin's closed-door cultivation. This cave was thousands of feet wide and was shrouded in black and white light. At the center of the light floated a giant black and white sun. Although it was only an outline, It was Wang Lin's Grand Empyrean Sun. Under the Grand Empyrean Sun was a head 100 feet tall. It had no ears and a deep crack on its forehead. This was the head of the celestial ancestor. Wang Lin had placed countless restrictions around the cave. With his current cultivation level, these restrictions were extremely powerful. Forget Empyrean exalts. Not even ascendant Empyreans could sense them. Even Grand Empyreans would find it difficult to notice if they didn't look carefully. This was because the power that formed this restriction was the fusion between the celestial and ancient powers inside Wang Lin's body. He had extracted a bit of it and fused it with the restrictive spells in the area, which was why it was so powerful. Wang Lin's figure appeared next to the celestial ancestor's head. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He had created this place to nourish his Grand Empyrean Sun. According to his analysis, if his Grand Empyrean Sun could completely melt the celestial ancestor's head, then his sun would be complete. Wang Lin sat down before the celestial ancestor's head and spat out a strand of green gas. The green gas went into the head and entered its orifices. The celestial ancestor's head trembled and released a large amount of golden light. However, the golden light was immediately absorbed by the Grand Empyrean Sun and turned into black and white light to nourish the sun. During these 3 months of time, the Grand Empyrean Sun had been absorbing the celestial ancestor's head. However, how could it be so easy to refine? It was very difficult to completely fuse with the Grand Empyrean Sun. A moment later, Wang Lin opened his eyes and raised his right hand. A dark, golden light spread out from his palm. Inside the light was a weak soul with its eyes closed. Wang Lin held the soul in his hand. Although he looked calm, his pupils shrank and became serious. The weak soul was the celestial emperor Lin Daojin. The celestial emperor, whose soul had been captured by Wang Lin, was in a miserable state. He would occasionally tremble in Wang Lin's hand. He wanted to open his eyes, but he seemed to have no strength. However, there was a shocking celestial spiritual energy around his body. The celestial spiritual energy gave off a pressure that could be immediately recognized as the pressure of a Grand Empyrean. However, although the pressure belonged to a Grand Empyrean, the celestial spiritual energy from the soul was not pure. It was extremely mixed and gave off a sense of defeat. It was as if the soul was enduring great pain with its eyes closed. What a powerful curse! Wang Lin muttered to himself. Wang Lin had been constantly sealing the celestial emperor's soul. Even with his cultivation and the celestial emperor's soul, he still couldn't get rid of the curse. However, he was able to maintain a balance so the soul wouldn't dissipate. I originally planned to use the pressure of this soul to fuse with the celestial and ancient power in my body, but it looks like there's no need. However, this soul is still the celestial emperor, so it will be of great use to me. Wang Lin pondered and looked at his Grand Empyrean Sun. Unfortunately, the curse is too strong. If I could get rid of it, perhaps I could fuse his soul with my Grand Empyrean Sun. With his soul as a guide, I should be able to devour the celestial ancestor's head. Wang Lin rubbed his chin. After pondering for a moment, his eyes lit up. His left hand formed a seal, and he pointed at the celestial emperor's soul in his right hand. The moment his finger landed, the celestial emperor's soul trembled. It opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. The restrictions around the cave immediately began to flash. Wang Lin's expression was very serious as his left hand pointed at the head of the celestial emperor's soul. After a long time, he slowly raised his hand, and a sliver of gray gas was extracted from the celestial emperor's soul. It turned into a long thread and was slowly pulled out by Wang Lin. When his left hand was completely raised, the gray thread wrapped around the tip of Wang Lin's left hand and turned into a ghost-like shadow. It opened its mouth and charged at Wang Lin's finger. However, just as it was about to devour, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and his pupils turned silver. The silver light landed on the ghost-like shadow, and the shadow trembled in fear. Its body shrank by more than half and was grabbed by Wang Lin's left hand. The gray gas disappeared. Some sweat appeared on Wang Lin's forehead. The silver light in his eyes dissipated, and he revealed a bitter smile. The temporary fusion of the celestial and ancient souls can dispel the curse. But with my current cultivation level, I can't last too long. I can't dispel all the curse at once. Wang Lin looked at the celestial emperor's soul in his right hand. A sliver of the curse had been extracted, but now it had regenerated. With a sigh, Wang Lin waved his right hand and put away the celestial emperor's soul. He sat there and pondered for a long time before letting out a sigh. It looks like I'll have to wait until my cultivation level is higher and the fusion time is longer. Only when I can display more power can I dispel the curse and fuse it with my Grand Empyrean Son. This spell is strange, and the Celestial Emperor's identity is special. It's not convenient to ask Teacher Xianluo for help. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Wang Lin was used to not letting anyone know some of his secrets. After putting away the Celestial Emperor's soul, Wang Lin waved his right hand and a jade appeared. This jade was given to him by Prince Jidu, and it contained the power of the ancient ancestor's finger. Wang Lin had studied this jade before, but he couldn't understand it. There seemed to be a barrier that prevented him from seeing it clearly, so he could only use it as a one-time spell. However, now that he had fused with the drop of soul blood, there were some fragmented memories in his mind. He could feel their existence, but he couldn't look at them. This was obviously because he didn't have much soul blood. Holding the jade, Wang Lin looked at it. There was a blurry figure inside the jade. This figure seemed to exist in a similarly blurry world. As the figure moved, the world shattered and disappeared. It was a very simple illusion, but because it was blurry, it was very difficult to comprehend. Wang Lin had looked at it several times before, and it had always been the same. However, he wasn't discouraged at all. He closed his eyes and pondered for a long time before he suddenly opened them. Silver light appeared in his eyes once more. The silver light occupied his eyes and revealed a cold and ruthless gaze. Wang Lin looked at the jade in his hand once more. The moment his gaze fell, a blurry figure appeared inside the jade. However, the moment this blurry figure appeared, a few pieces of the memories that Wang Lin couldn't look through but could feel after fusing with the soul blood appeared in Wang Lin's mind. They suddenly connected together and appeared in Wang Lin's mind. It was a man wearing a gray robe. He had long hair, and his face was that of the statue in the ancient Tao imperial city, Jizu. His left hand was behind his back as he floated in the sky. He raised his head to look at the sky, and his expression was filled with contempt and disdain. He seemed to be extremely arrogant. In the sky where he was looking at, there was a group of black dots whistling through the air. When they got closer, those black dots were actually a group of strange, ferocious beasts. These fierce beasts had the heads of humans, but the bodies of lions. However, they only had 2 limbs. Their hind limbs and tail seemed to have transformed into fishtails. As they flew, they let out harsh roars. The beast at the front was clearly very strong. It gave off an aura close to that of a Grand Empyrean, but still a bit weaker. However, the gray-robed man still looked at them with contempt. He raised his right hand and pointed forward. When that finger landed, the world trembled, and the area of 100,000 lis where the ferocious beasts were seemed to have been split apart, and the top and bottom parts of the area seemed to have been pressed down. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and all the fierce beasts that had been separated from the world were crushed by the pressure. With a bang, cracks appeared on the jade in Wang Lin's hand, and it split in half. It fell from Wang Lin's hand and turned to dust the moment it touched the ground. Wang Lin became sober, and the silver light in his eyes dissipated. However, his eyes shined brightly. What a powerful finger from the ancient ancestor! Chapter 2019. This finger isn't a divine ability, but a power that communicates with the heavens and the earth, or perhaps it can be said that it controls the heavens and the earth. It's not attacking those strange beasts, but the heavens and the earth where those beasts are. tearing open that world and using one finger to force the world to collapse. Those beasts are just collateral damage, Wang Lin murmured as he raised his right hand. He looked at his finger and slowly pointed forward. However, his finger moved extremely slowly, as if there were layers of invisible barriers preventing him from pointing forward like the ancient ancestor. After a long time, Wang Lin withdrew his finger and didn't try again. He lowered his head and began to ponder. From this spell, it can be seen that the ancient ancestor's power has reached a different realm. However, I have this memory fragment in my mind and the rapid spell art, so I can imitate it a bit. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the fragments of the jade on the ground. He slowly closed his eyes. There were many impure origin souls in his body. They were the origin souls he obtained from killing in the celestial clan's ancestral city. During this period of time, he had been quietly refining them. Now, they were almost complete, and he could open another god vein. I have 5 spell veins in my body and can create 99 afterimages with one move. I wonder what will happen with the 6th spell vein. Wang Lin activated the rapid spell art to condense the 6th spell vein. Time passed, and soon 7 days had passed. There were only 3 days left until the Celestial Emperor's Empress title ceremony. The entire ancient Tao imperial city was filled with joy. The streets and alleys were beautifully decorated by the people from the palace. At night, the entire ancient Tao imperial city was bright and gave off a 5-colored light that could be seen from far away. Even the sky above the Tao Ji imperial city was dyed 5-colored. It gave off a beautiful feeling and also revealed the joy of the Empress title ceremony. The ancient Tao Emperor attached great importance to this Empress title ceremony, and even the Tao Ji clan was very concerned about it. After all, this was the title ceremony for the ancient Tao Empress. All the members of the ancient Tao looked toward the direction of the imperial city in anticipation. Even many powerful people and country lords had come from all over to personally witness this grand ceremony. Messengers from the ancient Ji and ancient Shur had arrived over the past few days with gifts to participate in the ancient Tao ceremony. In particular, the ancient Shur had prepared a lot of gifts, and the leader was Prince Jidu. Jidu had personally chosen Song Ji, so it was not strange for him to come. Also, because the Empress was surnamed Song and was a descendant of the Grand Empyrean of the Shur Ji clan, Grand Empyrean Song Tian had also sent a messenger with a gift. With so many people arriving at the ancient Tao imperial city, the imperial city was extremely lively. The Tao Ji clan had strengthened their defenses to prevent any accidents from happening during the grand ceremony. Right now, the ancient Tao imperial city, especially the palace, was heavily guarded. Almost all the powerful people of the Tao Ji clan had arrived. There were also various marquises with the royal bloodline that had spread out, making auspicious Tao imperial city bustling with noise and excitement. This was a major event for the ancient clan. One of the 3 emperors was conferring the title of Empress. In this land, where imperial power was supreme, it could be said that everyone knew about this. That was especially true of Mount Gudao, where a gift had been given. Because of that, Autark Daji became the focus of all 3 bloodlines of the ancient clan. In the last few days, because too many people had arrived, the ancient Tao clan had taken out their clan treasure, which turned into 99 platforms slightly smaller than the ancient Tao imperial city. They spread out in the sky, with the ancient Tao imperial city as the center. On the platforms, the powerhouses quickly set up various residences, which was how they were able to accommodate so many people who had come. Wang Lin was immersed in his cultivation and didn't pay any attention to all of this. There were only 3 days until the grand ceremony, and the entire ancient Tao imperial city was filled with colorful lights. The sounds of people could be heard, and even the 99 platforms were the same. Because so many people from the 3 clans had arrived, many markets had appeared. While waiting for the grand ceremony, many people from the 3 clans came to trade with each other. Many auctions had also appeared. The Tao Ji Imperial Palace was also filled with joy. In the highest pavilion, The ancient Tao Emperor had his hands behind his back as he looked at the colorful world before him and smiled. In the future, I will make the place I am at the center of the entire ancient race, just like the day of the grand ceremony. The ancient Tao Emperor slowly said, "Your Majesty is talented and bold. One day, you will achieve your wish. We are willing to follow your Majesty and wait behind your Majesty to see that day come." Aside from the ancient Tao Emperor, there were 7 other people kneeling on the ground. At this moment, they all spoke with fanaticism in their eyes. The ancient Tao Emperor smiled faintly. "How are the preparations?" One of them immediately said, "The ambassadors of the ancient Shur and ancient Ji have been arranged. The messengers of the 2 Grand Empyreans have also been received. As for the gifts from Mount Gu Dao, this subordinate has respectfully arranged for them to stay in the imperial city." The second person quickly said, "The people from my clan and the powerful people from the other 2 clans have been scattered across the 99 platforms. Although there are a lot of people, it is enough to accommodate them. This subordinate has been responsible for the entire setup of the grand ceremony. I can ensure that the grand ceremony is carried out smoothly. Your Majesty can rest assured. In terms of protection, the 1st Army, 2nd Army, and even the 7th Army will be strictly guarded during the grand ceremony. There will be no accidents. The imperial teacher has sent word that he will personally participate in the grand ceremony. Empress Song is the same as usual and hasn't come out for the entire day. She seems to be recalling her memories, but every time she does, she will feel pain, as if she doesn't remember anything. The Grand Empyrean has not sent word. I don't know if he will participate in the grand ceremony." The 7 people spoke one by one. After they finished speaking, they lowered their heads and waited for the supreme existence of the ancient Tao to give them orders. According to the rules, the grand ceremony will last for 99 days. Aside from the first day, I won't participate in the rest of the ceremony. If anything happens during this time, I'll kill all of you." The man in the royal robe said, and the 7 people behind him respectfully nodded. 3 days from now is the beginning of the grand ceremony. My ancient Tao Emperor will hold a ceremony the night before the grand ceremony to allow my ancient Tao people and the messengers of the other countries to meet the Empress. How are the arrangements for this matter? One of the 7 people respectfully said, "It has all been arranged." "Good." The man in the royal robe revealed a smile and a hint of anticipation. He waved his sleeve and disappeared from the pavilion. "I'm marrying her, and giving her this identity is the best reward. Imperial teacher, I'm looking forward to the result of your divination." At this moment, in a quiet palace in the imperial palace, there sat a woman wearing a phoenix robe. This woman did not have a peerless appearance, but she had an indescribable temperament. She stared at the mirror in front of her, and at herself in the mirror, her eyes were filled with confusion. "I can't remember anything. Everything in the dream became a blur after I woke up. I can't remember what the woman in the dream looked like, and I can't remember what the man looked like. I only remember 2 sentences he said." The woman closed her eyes, and the 2 sentences that seemed to be able to tear through the sky and make the world tremble echoed in her mind. "Let's go, I'll take you to kill. Even if the heavens want you to die, I'll take you back." The woman's face in the mirror had her eyes closed. 2 streams of tears flowed down the corners of her eyes. The tears flowed down her cheeks and dripped onto her clothes, drenching them. "Why am I crying? Who is he? Who am I? Is it Songji? Am I Songji?" The woman opened her eyes, and the confusion in them became even stronger. Wang Lin didn't know any of this, and he couldn't feel it. Although his cultivation was heaven-piercing, he couldn't see this woman's tears or feel her aura. Even if he saw her with his own eyes, he still wouldn't be able to see who this woman was. Because there was a fog around this woman's soul that covered everything. Because after this woman fused with Song Ji, the fog became even thicker. He didn't know that Wan Er's soul, the one he had been searching for, was so close to him, so close. That woman also didn't know. In her confusion, her name was hers and his. This person was also under the same sky, breathing the same spiritual energy. On the morning of the day before the grand ceremony, Wang Lin opened his eyes from his underground cultivation. His eyes flashed with confusion. A sixth god's meridian had appeared in his body. However, what made him confused was that his heart was throbbing for some reason. This throbbing came so suddenly that it made him suspicious. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin got up, walked out of the cave, and appeared in the log cabin. A humanoid shape appeared in the golden mist, and the true body began to form. It took longer than I expected. Wang Lin sat down and looked at the golden mist. He suppressed the throbbing in his heart. It wasn't until the sun went down that Wang Lin raised his head and opened the door. He put the five-element true body and the golden mist into his body. Then he got up and opened the door. Under the setting sun, Xian Luo stood there and smiled at Wang Lin. You have been in closed-door cultivation for 3 months. You don't have to participate in tomorrow's grand ceremony, but today is the ancient Tao's banquet. You can go on teacher's behalf. I know you don't like liveliness. Just stay there for a while and then come back. Wang Lin hesitated. He really didn't want to go to this banquet, but since his teacher had asked, Wang Lin nodded. Give this to Yi Dao as a congratulatory gift from teacher. Xian Luo smiled, and his right hand reached at the void. A gift box appeared, and he handed it to Wang Lin. After Wang Lin accepted it, he didn't look at it. He clasped his hands at Xian Luo and flew into the air. After pausing for a moment, he flew toward the ancient Tao palace. After I give this gift, I'll leave and come back to continue cultivating. The metal essence is about to form, and there is nothing more important than this. Wang Lin made up his mind. However, the moment he had this thought, his heart throbbed once more. Wang Lin frowned and looked toward the palace in the distance. The wind blows in the ancient Tao, calling the monthly votes. Chapter 2020. The ancient Tao royal family would hold a bright night banquet the night before the coronation ceremony. The banquet would start at sunset and end at dawn. The people attending the banquet would participate in the grand ceremony. At this banquet, the ancient Tao emperor would come out with the empress. It could be said that this was the first time the empress would appear before everyone. After receiving the blessings of everyone at the banquet, the empress would leave, but the ancient Tao emperor would stay with everyone until the end of the banquet. The place where the banquet was held was the large square outside the palace. Under the setting sun, countless palace servants had set up a large number of pine tables. From a distance, there were several tables densely packed together. These tables formed a fan shape, as if they were bowing to the main palace. In the sky above the imperial palace, there were hundreds of small platforms floating in the air. On each platform, there were close to 100 tables, which were used to entertain guests. As time passed, the sound of drums echoed through the entire palace. The sound reached the heavens and rumbled. At the center of the palace, there was a huge drum that was hundreds of feet wide. It was unknown what kind of bee skin the drum was made from, but it gave off an ancient aura as well as a murderous aura. There were 9 people in black floating above the drum. None of them were weak. They were comparable to Empyrean exalts. Every time the drum boomed, the 9 of them attacked at the same time. The power of the 9 of them gathered into a huge illusory palm in the sky and slapped on the huge drum. The sound of the drum echoed across the palace but didn't dissipate. It spread out like a ripple until it shrouded the entire sky and the giant platforms outside the city. All the ancient clan members here heard it. Every now and then, the booming sounds would rise up, turning into countless echoes that continued for a long time. Just when the drums were about to weaken, a new sound would resound through the 9 heavens once more. When the third beat of the drum echoed, more people came from the palace. They were so dense that it was impossible to see how many there were. However, all of them were powerful. Although they weren't comparable to Empyrean exalts, they were as strong as third-step cultivators. As the drums sounded, these people chose their own tables and sat down. They smiled and chatted with each other. At this moment, the entire square buzzed and looked very lively. In the sky, when the 5th beat of the drum echoed, rays of light arrived. There were people from the ancient Dao clan and people from the other two clans. Some of them chose to sit at the tables in the square, while others chose to sit at the tables on the hundreds of platforms floating in the sky. More and more people arrived. When the seventh reverberation of the drum echoed, the entire sky under the setting sun was split apart by thousands of long arcs. It felt as if the sky was about to shatter, and at the same time, the thousands of long arcs turned into groups of clan members who took their seats. At the same time, after the thousands of rainbows all sat down, 108 dazzling auroras suddenly flew over from the distance and instantly turned into 108 dodgy clan members wearing white armor. The 108 clansmen bowed toward the entire palace before descending to the table near the front of the main hall. After making their choices, they sat down cross-legged with calm expressions on their faces. Ancient Dao, 108 restrictions. The Dao Ji clan is divided into restriction, divine, fiend, king, and immortal general. Now that these 108 restrictions have appeared, I believe the latter will come one after another. Rumor has it that these 108 restrictions are filled with killing intent and are filled with killing intent. That's why they can be named restrictions. The whispers were drowned out by the thunderous rumbles, but they couldn't hide the gazes that swept by the 108 people. There was envy, gloominess, and scrutiny in those gazes. As soon as the 108 people appeared, 72 whirlwinds sprang up from the ground outside the imperial palace. Each whirlwind contained a person, and all of them shot toward the imperial palace's square. A powerful pressure descended, enveloping both the inside and outside of the palace. The 72 tornadoes closed in. There were men and women, old and young, but without exception, all of them had the auras of God, demon, and devil sages. Looking at their eyes and foreheads, all of them had 27 stars. 72 saints. The 72 holy bloodlines that have contributed so much to the ancient Dao clan. I have long heard that the 72 holy bloodlines of the ancient Dao clan have 72 people every generation, no more, no less. These 72 bloodlines have been protecting the ancient Dao for countless years. As the discussions echoed, a thunderous rumble echoed. It was the 8th beat of the drum. As the sound of the drum echoed in the air, the ground trembled, as if there was an earth dragon moving about. At the same time, 36 blood-red long arcs suddenly descended from the sky where the sun was about to set. In an instant, the sky was dyed crimson, causing the sun to disappear and be covered up. 36 whips. The ancient Dao clan's famous 36 whips. They are the personal guards of the ancient Dao royal family. They gathered all the resources and power of the ancient Dao clan to create 36 powerful guards for each generation of emperors. I heard that they're like death soldiers. As long as the ancient Dao emperor gives the order, they will self-destruct. What kind of 36 whips are these? They are clearly 36 fiends. 36 burly men walked out from the red light. They were covered in red mist, making it impossible to see their appearances. After they appeared, they bowed toward the main palace and sat down before the 72 saints. The sound of the drum still echoed, and after the 36 people sat down, the ancient Dao kings. It is said that each of them is very powerful, and 12 of them usually don't return to the capital. They guard the 12 countries. An uproar broke out when the 18 demonic dragons appeared. In the distance, still a distance away from the palace, Wang Lin stood there and looked into the distance. When the 18 demonic dragons appeared, they attracted the origin energy of the world. They formed a vortex that seemed to form a storm that could stop divine sense from gathering. 18 ancient Dao kings. I wonder if EMO was one of them. Perhaps I'll see him at the banquet. Wang Lin rubbed his chin. After he came to the Ji Dao clan, he didn't stay for long. Now that he had returned, he had gone into closed-door cultivation for 3 months, so he didn't have time to find Yi Mo's descendants. However, he had always kept this matter in mind. After a moment of silence, the eighth drum beat echoed in the sky, and a violent rumble suddenly appeared. It drowned out the drum beat, drowned out the voices of the nearly 10,000 people talking, and attracted everyone's attention. 18 huge cracks were suddenly torn open in the sky, and 18 pairs of black and red claws had appeared out of thin air. Roars shook the heavens. When everyone's gazes turned towards the sky, they saw 18 black and red dragons crawling out of the 18 cracks. These 18 dragons gave off shocking demonic energy. They were demonic dragons that used the aura of auspicious demonic beasts. The 18 pairs of silver eyes gave off endless demonic energy, making the 18 dragons look extremely ferocious. After they appeared, they circled the sky and formed a giant vortex. 18 ancient Tao kings. There are no anchors. They're the mounts of my 18 ancient Tao kings. The appearance of these 18 demonic dragons means the 18 ancient Tao kings have arrived. Below the ancient Tao emperor are the 18 Tao kings of the royal family. Wang Lin walked toward the palace at a leisurely pace. However, the closer he got, the more intense the feeling of fear became. This state wasn't caused by danger, but an indescribable feeling. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, he could sense things that were important to him ahead of time. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what was going to happen at the banquet. As Wang Lin walked forward with a frown, the 18 demonic dragons descended from the sky. If one looked closely, they would see that there was a person standing on each of their heads. There were a total of 18 people. They all looked different, but there were some faint similarities. They were dressed in official robes and looked quite dignified. These 18 people's bodies flashed, and they got off the demonic dragon at the same time. They landed on the square closest to the main hall and sat down one by one. The moment they sat down, the 18 demonic dragons let out roars and disappeared into the crack in the sky. The crack also disappeared, causing the sun to return to normal. At this moment, the 9th drumbeat echoed across the world and fused with the previous 8 drumbeats, creating a rare rumbling sound. This sound was enough to shake the earth cultivators to death. Even the bodies of the ancient clan members would find it difficult to not be injured by this sound. However, what was strange was that although everyone heard this sound, their bodies weren't affected at all. Wang Lin walked forward and arrived above the palace after the 9th beat of the drum. He looked up at the sky, and his pupils shrank slightly. 9 rays of black light suddenly descended from the sky. At first glance, these rays of black light were like giant pillars that seemed to be supporting the world so that it wouldn't collapse. As they descended, layers of black ripples spread out. In an instant, the 9 rays of black light descended and turned into 9 giant men wearing black armor. These 9 people gave off a thick, murderous aura. In fact, it was possible to see countless vengeful spirits circling their bodies. They didn't go to the main hall. Instead, after looking at each other, they walked towards the 9 tables in front of the 16 kings. In front of them, there were 4 more desks. Immortal generals. They should be the 9 great immortal generals of the ancient Tao clan. 9 ascendant Empyreans comparable to the celestial clan that passed the sure sand level of the Empyrean trial. In particular, one of them has the power to pass through the 14th palace. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and walked forward as the 9th beat of the drum echoed. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people in the area. Chapter 2021. In his life, Wang Lin was used to being watched again and again. His expression was neutral, his white robe fluttered, and his white hair didn't move as he calmly walked forward. This person, who is he? He came alone and dared to appear at the 9th beat of the drum. Does he have a special identity? This person is very unfamiliar. Whispers echoed. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Wang Lin walked past the tables, past the 108 restrictions, 72 saints, 36 staffs. As he walked, more and more gazes gathered on him, and the chatter became even louder. Where is he going to sit? He actually dares to walk to the front. The first 4 seats are for the Grand Empyrean and the Imperial Teacher. The other 2 are for the 2 ancestors that are still alive. There was 1 table at the front and 3 at the back. When Wang Lin walked past the 18 kings, they all looked at him. Their expressions became serious, and 7 of them stood up and clasped their hands at Wang Lin. With this bow, the nearly 10,000 people in the square began to chatter once more. The chatter even surpassed that of the 18 kings and the 9 immortal generals. Wang Lin paused for a moment, and his gaze swept past the 7 people bowing at him. He smiled and nodded before walking toward the 9 ancient Dao immortal generals shrouded in black gas. 8 of the 9 people remained silent, but the ascendant Empyrean who had passed the 14th palace let out a cold snort. He stood up from his seat as if he was going to stop Wang Lin from flying past him. However, just as he was about to get up, Wang Lin coldly looked at him, and there was a flash of red, killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. A shocking pressure suddenly spread out from Wang Lin's body and then disappeared. However, even though it was only for an instant, it caused the person who was about to stand to tremble. His body immediately began to tremble, and he was unable to stand. His eyes were filled with fear, and with a bang, he sat back down on the chair. At this moment, his mind trembled and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Wang Lin's gaze made him feel like he was in a crazed killing field. He was being killed thousands of times by Wang Lin, as if he was an illusion and kept dying. He had never felt this kind of feeling in his life. It was as if that gaze had entered his body and crushed his internal organs, scraped off his flesh and bones, and then took out his soul to chew on. At this moment, his heart pounded as if it was going to collapse. The moment he sat down, Wang Lin landed at the front of the fan-shaped tables. He looked at the countless tables in the sky, and then at the thousands of people here. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and calmly sat down. The moment he sat down, a monstrous wave was set off on the square. Who was he to sit in the position of the ancient Dao Grand Empyrean? This. The pressure he gave off was extremely powerful. It made me feel like my heart had stopped. This person's G-clan power is unfathomable. He is definitely not someone to be trifled with. I heard that Grand Empyrean Dao Ji recently announced that he had accepted a disciple. Could this person be Grand Empyrean Xian Luo's disciple? But he is so young. It really is him. White-haired Ascendant Empyrean. I didn't expect this person to really be Grand Empyrean Xian Luo's disciple. What? He is the white-haired Ascendant Empyrean? Isn't the white-haired Ascendant Empyrean a member of the Celestial Clan? Rumor has it that he is the number 1 person under Grand Empyreans. There are even rumors that he is the 10th son of the immortal astral continent. Those who recognized Wang Lin's identity were people from the royal families of the 3 ancient clans like Prince Ji. The people from the ancient Dao clan were a bit better, as they knew a bit about Wang Lin. However, the other 2 clans had complicated expressions and looked at Wang Lin with a hint of dread. In truth, it wasn't like they didn't know anything about Wang Lin. It has to be said that Xian Luo had taken Wang Lin to the ancient Shi and Ji clans. Aside from sending gifts, these people had also come to observe the strength of the ancient Dao clan. Among the gazes that looked at Wang Lin, there was a gaze filled with excitement and fanaticism. This gaze came from the floating platform in the sky, where Prince Ji-du was. Prince Ji-du sat there and watched Wang Lin appear and become the center of attention. He looked at Wang Lin's calm appearance and let out a deep breath. Godfather's name is known by everyone in the ancient clan. Godfather's might is even more shocking. If Godfather can help me. Prince Ji-du clenched his fists. Wang Lin didn't pay attention to the gazes on him as he sat there with his eyes closed. However, his heart was filled with anger. It was as if a demon had appeared in his heart, and he felt like he couldn't control it. This feeling had appeared after Wang Lin arrived at the palace. It had transformed from a fear he had felt before, and the moment he sat there, It erupted and shocked Wang Lin greatly. Although he could suppress it, it affected Wang Lin's mood. If not for this, Wang Lin wouldn't have released his pressure and revealed a trace of his cultivation when the immortal general stood up. This kind of person didn't have the qualifications to make him do this. At that moment, Wang Lin had the crazy thought of killing this person and everyone here. What is the reason? Why did I come to the Daoji Royal Palace like this? Wang Lin closed his eyes and activated his cultivation. He slowly calmed his mind, but his mind became even more gloomy. Something is wrong. Could this ancient Dao palace have activated some kind of restriction that can affect me? But looking at the surroundings, there are no restrictions. Wang Lin opened his eyes and silently sat there. Furthermore, this feeling of madness is transformed from the palpitation in my heart. A few days ago, I already had this feeling, and today, it has become even more intense. This feeling is as if something very important is going to happen. It's as if this matter is related to my life. Even when I faced life and death situations several times, I never had such a strong feeling. Wang Lin frowned slightly. I can't stay in the Daoji Royal Palace for long. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The moment he made up his mind, the ninth echo of the drum gradually dissipated. As the sound of the drum dissipated, the entire square, including the hundreds of platforms in the sky, became quiet. Everyone unconsciously stopped talking, and their gazes gathered on the main hall. The Emperor has arrived. A sharp and ear-piercing voice rang out from the main hall. It was accompanied by an astonishing penetrative force. As it echoed in the surroundings, the main hall's closed door was pushed open with a rumble. When the door opened, everyone's gazes gathered on the man sitting on the dragon throne at the end of the hall. This man was wearing a royal robe and a crown. He gave off a sense of majesty without being angry. He was the ancient Dao Emperor. We greet the ancient Dao Emperor. On the square and the platforms, everyone, including the 18 kings, stood up and bowed at the Dao Ji Emperor. Those who weren't members of the Dao Ji clan didn't have to kneel, but as long as they were members of the Dao Ji clan, they all knelt on one knee. Wang Lin silently stood up and bowed at the ancient Dao Emperor, but he didn't kneel. Although his expression remained the same, the crazed killing intent in his heart was currently surging like floodwaters. It rumbled in his mind, and he was faintly unable to suppress it. This feeling was extremely intense when the main hall opened and the ancient Dao Emperor appeared. Everyone, please rise. Today is a joyous day for us. In order to celebrate our good fortune, we have organized this banquet. Everyone, please drink with us. The ancient Dao Emperor smiled faintly and looked at Wang Lin. There was displeasure and gloominess in his heart, but his expression remained the same. Instead, he smiled at Wang Lin and nodded as if he cared a lot. I'm very happy that a friendly country can come to my ancient Dao clan. Today, I won't say much. I'll raise my cup to my ancient Dao clan and friendly country. The Daoji Emperor raised his right hand, and a shadow appeared next to him, bringing him a wine cup. At the same time, everyone in the square and on the platform picked up the wine glasses on the table and raised them respectfully. Wang Lin silently pondered and let out a sigh. He also picked up his wine cup. He planned to give away his teacher's gift after this cup and immediately leave. The irritation in his heart caused his face to turn slightly pale. The ancient Dao Emperor smiled and took a sip. The 10,000 people on the square and platform all congratulated him and drank. Wang Lin didn't drink. He just touched the wine cup and put it down with everyone else. Just as he was about to speak, on this joyous day for my ancient Dao clan, I have something to announce. Perhaps everyone has heard of this. Grand Emperor Xian Luo's disciple, white-haired ascendant Emperor Wang Lin, will now be the guardian of my Daoji clan. Wang Lin, come forward and listen to the title. The ancient Dao Emperor smiled. Wang Lin silently took a few steps forward and clasped his hands once more outside the main hall. Still not kneeling? The ancient Dao Emperor's expression sank. He didn't speak and calmly looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, Everyone on the square noticed the abnormality, and their gazes gathered on Wang Lin. Among the many gazes, one came from Prince Ji. He suppressed the excitement in his heart. He was waiting for the day Wang Lin would defy the ancient Tao. Emperor, Wang has come to deliver the gift on behalf of teacher. I still have important matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Wang Lin had lost his patience and was very annoyed. He coldly looked at the ancient Tao emperor. He didn't know why, but when he saw this person again, he felt an indescribable sense of killing intent and disgust. He waved his sleeve and took out the box Xian Luo had given him and waved it. It was caught by a shadow that appeared before the ancient Tao emperor and respectfully handed to the ancient Tao emperor. Wang Lin, I hereby appoint you as the guardian of my ancient Tao clan's princes. Since you have important matters to attend to, then you can leave. I hope you can come to the grand ceremony tomorrow. The ancient Tao emperor looked profoundly at Wang Lin and smiled. He didn't seem to care about what had happened and no longer looked at Wang Lin. The ancient Tao emperor leisurely said, "Invite the empress." Wang Lin's heart became even more irritated. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard the sound of a bell. There was an indescribable feeling that made the irritation in his heart disappear without a trace. Wang Lin was startled and suddenly looked back. He saw a woman wearing a phoenix robe walk out toward the ancient Tao emperor. Recommendation tickets. Chapter 2022. This woman was wearing a bright phoenix robe that gave her a noble temperament. Her head was lowered and her face was covered by a string of beads. One could faintly see her frown as she walked toward the ancient Tao emperor. The ringing of the bells was not actually coming from the bells, but from the string of beads that covered her face. As she walked, they collided with each other. At this moment, the eyes of all the members of the three bloodlines were focused on the young woman. She wasn't a peerlessly beautiful woman, but there was something indescribable about her. She was gentle and comfortable to look at. It was as if her heart and soul would be at peace. The temperament this woman gave off was serenity. Like a lily in an empty valley, it silently bloomed. Only when the birds in the sky occasionally flew past and lowered their heads to take a look, perhaps they would be able to see the beauty of that moment. Wang Lin stood there. The moment this woman appeared, the irritation in his body disappeared as if it had never been there. Song. Wang Lin immediately recognized this woman. He still remembered seeing this woman outside the Shi clan's Blackstone City. The ancient Tao emperor revealed a look of admiration as he looked at the woman in the phoenix robe. He smiled and waved his sleeve. "Empress, come and sit beside me. Today is a joyous occasion for my Shi clan, and also a big day for you and me." The woman in the phoenix robe paused and silently walked over. She gently sat down on the dragon throne the ancient Tao emperor was sitting on and raised her head to look outside the palace. She was still frowning, and there was confusion hidden in the depths of her eyes. She gave off the feeling that she was somewhat helpless. The moment she raised her head, the first thing she saw was Wang Lin, who was looking at her with rapt attention. In an instant, the gazes of the two of them met in the middle of the hall. When their gazes met, a rumble echoed in Wang Lin's mind. This rumble came too suddenly, as if countless bolts of thunder had exploded at the same time. It spread through Wang Lin's body and caused his origin soul to tremble. It was as if the woman before him was an indispensable part of Wang Lin's life. Wang Lin's expression changed as he stared at the woman. His heart pounded rapidly. This woman gave him a very familiar feeling, but this familiarity was hidden in a fog. Wang Lin couldn't think of the source of this familiarity. Wan Er, Li Qianmei, Zhou Ru, Red Butterfly. Wang Lin stared at the woman's eyes. Many faces appeared in his mind, but he couldn't find the source of the familiarity. It doesn't seem like any of them. When Wang Lin took a closer look, he found that this woman was very unfamiliar, as if she was very different from what he had imagined. Wang Lin, a voice that wasn't loud but contained a sense of majesty, echoed in Wang Lin's ears. My empress is attracting your attention." The ancient Tao emperor looked at Wang Lin, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Even though he was the emperor, now that the empress had appeared, everyone's gazes were withdrawn. Only Wang Lin dared to look at her so presumptuously. He was already dissatisfied with Wang Lin, so now he frowned and his words became cold. Wang Lin silently pondered. When he heard the ancient Tao emperor's words, he seemed to awaken and revealed a complicated gaze. He ignored the ancient Tao emperor and looked at the woman in the phoenix robe. He wanted to find the source of that familiarity from this woman. However, as he looked, he let out a sigh and his eyes were filled with sadness. He didn't know this woman. He vaguely found the source of that familiarity. It was this woman's temperament. That calm temperament was very similar to Lim Yuan's. It can't be one air. It's just that the temperament is similar. It's my illusion. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, if this woman was really Lim Yuan, Wang Lin would be able to tell at a glance. However, no matter how he looked, he could only feel familiarity. He couldn't find any fluctuations in Lim Yuan's aura. Wan Air is in the heaven-avoiding coffin, and her soul fragment is missing. I can't find her. This woman, no, it's just that there's someone with such a similar temperament in this world. Wang Lin closed his eyes to hide the sadness in them. The woman's face was slightly red, and her eyes were filled with anger. She seemed to be very unhappy with Wang Lin's rude gaze. However, she couldn't say it herself. Deep in her heart, she felt a sense of familiarity toward the person before her. However, the moment this feeling appeared, it strangely disappeared as if it no longer existed. I'm asking you a question. The ancient Tao emperor raised his left hand and slammed the armrest of the dragon throne. There was a loud bang, but the armrest wasn't damaged at all. However, at this moment, dozens of killing intents suddenly appeared and locked onto Wang Lin. At the same time, more than a dozen smoke-like shadows appeared around Wang Lin. It was as if the moment the ancient Tao emperor gave the order, they would all attack. At this moment, on the square outside the palace and on the platforms, the people from the three clans all noticed the abnormality. They all had strange expressions as they looked at Wang Lin and then at the slightly angry woman in the phoenix robe. This woman looks like an old friend of Wang's. Wang Lin opened his eyes and saw the anger in the woman's eyes. For some reason, he felt a stabbing pain and sense of loss in his heart. He was now certain that this woman was not the person he was looking for. However, the temperament was similar. It evoked the sadness and tearing pain in Wang Lin's heart. Oh, the ancient Tao emperor's eyes lit up an undetectable amount. He turned to look at the woman in the phoenix robe and then at Wang Lin. He suddenly revealed an elusive smile. The ancient Tao emperor slowly asked, "Empress, do you know the future guardian of my ancient Tao?" The woman in the wind robe lowered her head and gently shook her head. When the imperial teacher gave me this soul fragment, he said that he had placed a seal on it and that it wouldn't give off any aura. Even if I met the person most familiar with this woman, I wouldn't be able to see through it. Unless I can surpass him in divination, even someone with grand Empyrean cultivation level won't be able to see through it. The ancient Tao emperor smiled. Interesting, could this soul fragment really be related to Wang Lin? The ancient Tao emperor was very surprised, but he still had that elusive smile on his face. The ancient Tao emperor slowly said, "Perhaps you two really know each other. Empress, walk up to the future guardian of my ancient Tao and let him take a closer look. If you two are really old friends, then it will be another joyous matter." The woman in the phoenix robe silently pondered and gently stood up. She looked at Wang Lin and slowly walked over. Wang Lin stared at her. He seemed to vaguely see Lim Yuan walking over. His mind trembled and even his body trembled. When the woman walked over and stopped 10 feet before Wang Lin, she calmly looked at him. The indignation in her eyes became even stronger and gave Wang Lin a very cold feeling. That sense of familiarity made him forget to think, forget that he was in the ancient Tao palace, forget that he was in the ancient clan, forget that he was on the immortal astral continent. It was as if he had returned to the cave world, back to Shizuku's valley. He stared at her dumbfoundedly, and the sadness in his eyes seemed to be able to melt the world. When the woman saw that sadness, she felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Her face turned pale, and there was confusion in her eyes. However, this confusion soon dissipated and turned back into indignation. "You are not her." After a long time, Wang Lin revealed a bitter expression. He suddenly wanted a drink. He wanted to get drunk so he could forget the pain and sadness in his soul. He knew that everything he had just seen was an illusion. However, this illusion had evoked Wang Lin's longing and made him recall everything from thousands of years ago. This made his sadness even deeper and stronger. Wang Lin staggered back a few steps. He no longer looked at the woman or the ancient Tao emperor, but he didn't leave. He returned to his table and sat there, staring at the table. After a long time, he grabbed the wine jug and took a big gulp. However, although the wine was spicy, it couldn't get him drunk. Wang Lin rarely cried, but at this moment, as he drank, tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. Wang Lin drank mouthful after mouthful of wine, and the tears entered his mouth. They were very bitter and astringent, just like his sadness. The woman in the phoenix robe returned to the ancient Tao emperor's side and calmly sat down. She still had her head lowered and didn't say a word. The smile on the ancient Tao emperor's face widened. His gaze occasionally fell on Wang Lin, and there was a flash of pride and joy in his eyes. It looks like this Wang Lin knows the soul fragment, and the confusion this soul fragment revealed after fusing with the ancient Tao emperor must be because of this Wang Lin. Unfortunately, no matter what your cultivation level is, no matter how much soul blood you have, even if you have Xian Luo as your teacher, the greatest sorrow is that you are right in front of each other but don't know each other. However, this kind of thing makes me very excited. The ancient Tao emperor laughed as he raised his cup and drank with the nearly 10,000 people that had come. According to the tradition of the ancient Tao emperor, he should have let the woman in the phoenix robe leave, but the ancient Tao emperor didn't do so. He still had her sit beside him. He wanted to continue to look at Wang Lin's expression. It was as if this would give him the greatest satisfaction and pleasure. At this moment, due to the ancient Tao emperor's happiness, the atmosphere of the banquet reached a climax. Congratulations came endlessly, and it was very lively. In this bustling atmosphere, only Wang Lin silently sat there and drank mouthful after mouthful of wine. The sadness in his heart couldn't be washed away by the wine. The ancient Tao emperor smiled and said, "Empress, Minister Wang doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Go drink with him on my behalf." Chapter 2023. The woman in the phoenix dress let out a sigh. She really didn't like such a lively scene. In particular, Wang Lin's gaze made her feel uncomfortable, and she felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Even she didn't know what was going on. However, every time she tried to think about it, she would become even more confused. She gently got up, and a shadow appeared beside the woman in the phoenix dress. The shadow respectfully handed over a cup of wine and floated behind the woman. The shadow walked out of the hall with her and arrived before Wang Lin's table. Wang Lin sat there with his head lowered. In a short period of time, he had drunk 7 or 8 jugs of wine. He raised his head and looked at the woman before him. Wang Lin's vision became blurry again. "You?" The woman looked at Wang Lin and was about to speak. "Do you know how to play the zither?" Wang Lin said bitterly. After he finished speaking, he shook his head and laughed at himself. He picked up the jug of wine and touched the wine cup in the woman's hand. He drank an entire jug and then turned into a ray of light and flew into the sky. The wine droplets danced in the air, and one of them landed on the woman's face. It was very cold. "Wanner, just where is your soul?" In the sky, Wang Lin's figure disappeared into the distance, but the woman could faintly hear this voice. This voice was filled with sorrow. She wasn't the only one who heard it. The people on the square, the platform, and even the ancient Tao emperor. The smile on his face became even stronger as he took a sip of wine. He didn't see it. Wang Lin didn't see it, and no one here saw it. After hearing Juan Air's words, the woman in the phoenix dress trembled. Her eyes were filled with struggle and confusion. But soon, the struggle disappeared and her expression became empty. She turned around and walked back into the hall. Behind her, the lively hall became even more dazzling. Juan Air, I'm willing to turn the entire sky red just to give you a reason to not close your eyes. Juan Air, I've dyed the entire sky red with fire just to give you a reason not to close your eyes again. Juan Air, I've blasted the entire world with thunder just to let you hear my voice. Juan Air, I've traveled thousands of miles and passed through many realms just to find your breath. Juan Air, I've entered the devil's killing Tao. I've defied the heavens and killed immortals. I've subverted the heavens and the earth. My bleak and lonely back is standing in front of you, just to make you open your eyes that make me calm. Juan Air, where is your soul? Tears flowed down from Wang Lin's eyes as he silently walked forward in the brightly lit ancient Dao imperial city. His back was lonely, bleak, and filled with helplessness. In the depths of his heart, it was always covered by coldness and survival, and would not be easily revealed. But this time, after seeing that familiar temperament, Wang Lin could no longer hide it. He could no longer deceive himself. Tears flowed down his cheeks. As he silently walked away, tears dripped down his cheeks as he went to some unknown roof. He could still vaguely hear the noise from the palace, but right now, Wang Lin was unwilling and didn't want to listen. He just wanted to be alone in a place with no one around and silently count his own memories. He returned to the Dao auspicious temple and returned to his own cabin. Inside the cabin, Wang Lin closed the door and sat there in a daze. He was in no mood to cultivate or look at the grand Empyrean sun in the underground cave. He looked at the colorful world outside the window for a long, long time. I have heaven-piercing cultivation. So what? I have a heaven-defying will. So what? Even though I'm the guardian of the ancient Tao, I can't find Juan Air's soul. Wang Lin's face was filled with pain. He didn't want to think about this problem. He had been using his cultivation level to anesthetize himself, to deceive himself. He told himself that this was the only way he could find Juan Air's soul. However, he had deceived himself for thousands of years. Now that he had seen Song Ji, who looked like Juan Air, for the first time, he couldn't control his reminiscence and thoughts. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin locked himself inside the wooden house and endured the heart-devouring pain. Scenes of the past appeared before his eyes. At this moment, he could only rely on his memories to stop himself from being lonely. Just like the Donglin sect's ancestor, he was the only one in the dead sect and only had his memories to accompany him. In this world, there is someone with such a similar temperament. But she's not Juan Air, she is Song Ji, the woman I once saw outside Blackstone City. After a long time, Wang Lin forcibly suppressed the pain and memories in his heart. He didn't want himself to become weak. This would not help him find Juan Air's soul. After letting out a deep sigh, Wang Lin closed his eyes. When he opened them a moment later, his eyes were calm, but deep within the calmness, there was still sadness. Songji, as Wang Lin muttered, he raised his right hand and waved it. Overlapping shadows appeared around him. The five-element true body surrounded the metal essence in the middle. There seemed to be a vague shadow sitting inside the metal essence. This shadow was the true body that the metal essence was about to form. To calm himself down, to stop himself from thinking about this matter, to tell himself that Song Ji was not Juan Air, Wang Lin looked at the metal essence with a haggard expression. He closed his eyes once more and prepared to rely on cultivation to stop himself from reminiscing. However, just as he closed his eyes, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shined brightly, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Something is wrong. I met that Song Ji outside Blackstone City before. At that time, this woman did not give me the same feeling as before. At that time, this woman was very ordinary, very ordinary. Even though she was quiet, she was definitely not the same as she was in the palace just now. Wang Lin's body trembled. If she was like she was in the palace, there was no way I wouldn't have noticed her. I should have felt that familiar feeling outside Blackstone City. But at that time, I didn't feel anything, so why did I feel that familiar feeling when I saw her again in the palace? Something is wrong here. The lucky Tao Emperor chose a concubine for hundreds of years and finally chose one. However, this Song Ji isn't beautiful, so why was she chosen by the ancient Tao Emperor? What kind of concubine has the ancient Tao Emperor been choosing for hundreds of years? Why is the difference between Song Ji and before so big? Why didn't I feel it before, but it was like this in the palace? Why did I feel irritated when I went to the palace and when I arrived? Why did I feel killing intent when I saw the ancient Tao Emperor? Why did this irritating feeling disappear when Song Ji appeared? Wang Lin suddenly stood up and his body trembled. His eyes shined brightly and shrouded the entire cabin. His hair moved without any wind, as if a hidden force was going to erupt uncontrollably. However, I also checked this woman with my divine sense and didn't find any clues. She was normal, but the temperament of her divine sense gave me a familiar feeling. Why is this? Wang Lin trembled and could hear his heart pounding. This feeling was something he had rarely felt in thousands of years. It was a mixture of excitement, hesitation, confusion, and confusion. It was a shock of disbelief and uncertainty. In his heart, there seemed to be a flame that was being suppressed. It was constantly being suppressed, and it was about to explode. Hundreds of years of concubine selection. The difference between Song Ji and before. What kind of secret is behind all of this? Why is this secret making me so crazy? Wang Lin's expression became distorted, and he almost couldn't control himself. He wished he could immediately rush into the palace and capture the ancient Tao Emperor to search his soul and interrogate him. But he couldn't. He was Xian Luo's disciple. Xian Luo was the guardian of the ancient Tao, and Xian Luo had shown great kindness to Wang Lin. If he went to the imperial palace to capture and kill the emperor without any evidence, he would not be able to live with himself. He would not be able to face his master, who had helped him so much. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised his right hand and reached at the void. A black jade appeared in his hand. This jade gave off a strange, gloomy light. It was as if one look at it would attract one's mind and make it impossible to extricate themselves. This jade belonged to the ancestor of the Great Soul sect. He had schemed for the sake of his clan and had taken out his heart and brain. He had a pleading expression as if he was weighing his conscience and scheming against Wang Lin. He was the genius of the Dao Wang clan who had knelt before the statue of Wang Lin. This jade can help you divinate the future once. The words that echoed when he obtained the jade appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Without hesitation, he crushed the jade and muttered a few words. Then he stretched out his right hand, and the jade shattered into countless strands of black gas. The black gas turned into a small black person in Wang Lin's palm. He looked at Wang Lin, knelt down, and kowtowed 9 times. The moment he kowtowed, Wang Lin's mind rumbled. He saw the cave world and saw a crystal hand take Li Muin's soul fragment from the heavenly Tao. He saw that in a secret room, there was a blurry figure shrouded in 7 colors, holding a bead with 2 fingers. Inside the bead, there was Li Muin's soul fragment, which was trembling with her eyes closed. He heard the blurry figure whisper to the shocked man in the royal robe in front of him. He saw the man in the royal robe's face filled with joy. After taking the soul fragment, he spent hundreds of years choosing concubines to fuse with, but they all failed. In the end, he saw a familiar woman. It was Song Ji, and she had fused with the soul fragment. He saw the man in the royal robe pinching the woman's cheek with his right hand, causing the unconscious woman to cry in pain. He also heard the voice of the man in the royal robe. The man in the royal robe was the ancient Tao Emperor. Yi Dao, I'm going to kill you. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair curled like crazy. He let out a roar that could tear the heavens and destroy the imperial power. This roar contained a sense of madness. It contained the determination and anger of not hesitating to destroy the world, not hesitating to live or die, and not hesitating to give up everything. This was the most violent roar Wang Lin had let out since he was born. It was enough to make the world tremble. This was his, Wang Lin's, rage against the heavens. Rage against the heavens, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 2024. Wang Lin's roar spread across a small portion of the ancient Dao imperial city. This caused the hearts of everyone who heard it to tremble and be filled with terror. Although a lot of people from the three clans had gone to the banquet in the ancient Dao imperial city, there were even more people who weren't qualified to enter the banquet. They had to wait until tomorrow to watch the ceremony. Therefore, there were a lot of people from the three clans in the Sky City. The city was bright and filled with music. It was originally very lively and filled with joy. However, after Wang Lin's crazed roar, the music suddenly stopped. "Yi Dao, I'm going to kill you." After a short while, the joyous atmosphere dissipated and was replaced by a deathly silence. Only the brightly lit multicolored light was still lingering, but it revealed a sense of coldness. Whose voice is that? "Yi Dao, Yi Dao, isn't that the name of the ancient Dao emperor? This person dares to speak such arrogant words in the ancient Dao imperial city." After a short period of silence, cries of terror echoed in the area that was shrouded by Wang Lin's roar. Inside the ancient Dao temple, the 9 powerful people under Xian Luo were the closest to the roar. They all opened their eyes in shock and suddenly stood up. They all looked at where Wang Lin was behind the ancient Dao temple. At the center of the ancient Dao temple, there was a completely sealed cave. Xian Luo was calmly sitting there with his eyes closed. He could feel that his reincarnation was not far away. Before he reincarnated, he was going to refine a powerful message treasure for Wang Lin. In front of him floated a small 5-colored sword. This sword looked very strange. There were 4 blades on the sword hilt. It didn't look like a sword, but more like a halberd. There was even a faint flash of a 5th blade on the edge that looked like it could appear at any time. Every once in a while, Xian Luo would spit out a mouthful of green gas that surrounded the 5-colored sword. "I have refined this sword for a very long time, and now 4 bodies have appeared. At the critical moment, once all 5 bodies appear, it will become a very powerful treasure for Wang Lin." Xian Luo opened his eyes and revealed a smile. There was even a hint of pride in his eyes. After he asked Wang Lin to deliver the gift to the ancient Dao emperor, he prepared to go into closed-door cultivation to refine this message treasure for Wang Lin. He felt like he was Wang Lin's teacher, but even now, he hadn't given Wang Lin anything important. He felt a bit guilty, so he chose to go into closed-door cultivation. He had placed most of his divine sense on the sword, so he couldn't withdraw it for a short period of time. But the moment he opened his eyes, he heard a crazy roar that seemed to want to destroy the world coming from outside the mountain, from the valley of the wooden house in the peach orchard. The killing intent in that roar was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. The words that came out of that roar caused Xian Luo to be stunned. He suddenly got up and looked behind him. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the mountain and see everything inside the cabin. What the hell happened? Xian Luo's heart skipped a beat, and he vaguely felt like something big was going to happen. Without hesitation, he waved his sleeve and withdrew his divine sense from the 5-colored sword. However, the refinement of the sword had reached a critical moment. Even if he wanted to withdraw his divine sense, it would take 15 minutes. Feeling anxious, Xian Luo immediately sent a message to his 9 subordinates in the ancient Dao temple. "Go to Wang Lin's place and ask for the reason. If necessary, you must stabilize him and wait for me to go. Don't spread this matter." Inside the cabin, as Wang Lin roared, endless ripples echoed from his body. The ripples spread out in all directions. The ripples contained the sound of Wang Lin's crazy roar, his vow to kill the ancient Dao emperor, and the destructive power that erupted from Wang Lin's body. As the ripples echoed, the wooden bed Wang Lin was sitting on collapsed into dust. The wooden chair, wooden table, and even the entire cabin disintegrated. As the ripples spread out, they formed a shockwave that dug up the earth and formed a giant storm. The storm swept through the valley. As the wooden house collapsed, the trees, the grass, the stone table, and the river were all reduced to dust. They were swept up by the storm and sent flying into the sky. At the center of the storm, Wang Lin floated into the air. His hair was a mess and his eyes were bloodshot. He was filled with monstrous killing intent and madness. He had gone crazy. He had never been as crazy as he was now. He had never been as crazy as he was now, and his crazy heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Before him, the metal essence light around the five-element true body collapsed due to Wang Lin's anger. The metal essence true body suddenly condensed. When the metal essence true body appeared, it turned into a ray of light. The other five-element true bodies also turned into rays of light and gathered before Wang Lin. They formed a complete five-element true body. The five-element true body was surrounded by five-colored light. Its eyes were closed, but at this moment, they suddenly opened and were filled with madness. Wang Lin jumped into the air, and his hair moved without any wind. He raised his right hand and reached toward the five-element true body. The five-element true body shined brightly and shot toward Wang Lin. The moment it fused with his body, Wang Lin let out another roar. As he roared, his cultivation level increased. He went from the late stage of void, turbulent, to the peak of the void, turbulent realm. All of this confirmed Wang Lin's speculation and analysis that his path of cultivation could become a reality. This should have made him happy, but now Wang Lin didn't care about the change in his cultivation level. The only thought in his mind was to kill the people at the palace, kill the ancient Tao Emperor, and take back Wan Air. Surrounded by a violent aura, Wang Lin raised his right hand and mercilessly slammed down on the valley. The earth rumbled and the entire ancient Tao mountain trembled. The grand Empyrean sun and the celestial ancestors' head inside the cave that Wang Lin had set up underground trembled. A giant crack appeared above the cave, and the grand Empyrean sun carried the celestial ancestors' head toward the surface. However, just at this moment, the 9 people who had received Xian Luo's message turned into 9 rays of light. The 9 rays of light flashed across the sky and seemed to split the sky. They suddenly appeared above the valley that was originally a peach garden. They immediately saw the ruins, saw the storm, and saw the cracks on the earth. They also saw Wang Lin inside the storm that gave off a shocking, killing intent. "Young master, what the hell happened? Young master, please calm your anger." The 9 of us were ordered by Lord Fengxian to come and inquire. "Young master, please tell us." The 9 of them were shocked. They clasped their hands at Wang Lin and spoke one after another. Inside the storm, Wang Lin's eyes became cold and his right hand reached toward the earth once more. The earth rumbled and a black and white light flew out toward Wang Lin and fused with him. As for the celestial ancestor's head, it turned into a ray of golden light and was put away by Wang Lin into his storage space. After doing all of this, Wang Lin suddenly turned around and stared at the direction of the ancient Tao imperial city. "Yi Dao!" Wang Lin clenched his teeth and didn't even look at the 9 of them. He moved toward the palace and moved like thunder. However, just as Wang Lin moved, the expressions of the 9 of them changed greatly. They appeared before Wang Lin to stop him from leaving. Among the 9 of them, 7 of them formed seals and caused the ancient Tao temple to give off a hazy green gas. This green gas connected the heavens and earth to form a large formation. The 9 of them didn't hesitate to activate the formation around the auspicious Tao temple to stop Wang Lin. Wang Lin's figure stopped, and he suddenly looked up. His eyes were bloodshot and were filled with monstrous, killing intent. "You dare to stop me? Young master, please calm your anger. We were ordered by Lord Xian to stop young master." Everything will be decided after Lord Xian arrives. The old man with the highest cultivation level looked at Wang Lin with dread in his eyes. He braced himself and clasped his hands. Teacher Xian Luo. Wang Lin felt a stab of pain in his heart. He knew that Xian Luo guarded the ancient Dao, and that the ancient Dao emperor was appointed by Xian Luo, but now he. Scram for me. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with decisiveness. He was going to kill the ancient Dao emperor before Xian Luo arrived. This way, it wouldn't be too difficult for his teacher. This was the only path Wang Lin could choose at this moment. As the roar echoed, the expressions of the 9 of them changed greatly. An Empyrean Exalt sun appeared around Wang Lin. This sun was a bit thicker than the one on Mount Gudao. The pupils of the 9 people blocking Wang Lin shrank. Grand Empyrean. This is a Grand Empyrean sun. He is a Grand Empyrean. As the 9 of them watched in disbelief, Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved. With this wave, the world rumbled and the green formation around the temple collapsed. A powerful impact caused the 9 of them to cough out blood and be knocked back. Wang Lin didn't kill them. Instead, he took a step and charged out of the ancient Dao temple. The sky rumbled as he charged toward the palace. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.